Attention. If there's anybody from the public that would like to submit public comment before the meeting starts, please turn in your form. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. If I could, if everybody would stand that's able, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I will call this meeting to order, February 23rd. We're a little late tonight. It's 5:35. Can we take a roll call, please?
Roll call for attendance. Trustee Daly. Trustee Dodson.
Present.
Trustee Guerra.
Here.
Trustee Miller. Here. Trustee Reyes.
Present.
Trustee Wolcott. Here. Chair Swanson.
Here.
There is a quorum.
Okay. Any additions to the agenda? John.
Mr. Chair, I have two additions I'd like to make at this point. One is a discussion, and we'd add them, I guess, at 2.01. Is that going to be the first number that's available?
Okay, and
The first one is discussion concerning legal opinions.
I'm sorry, John, I didn't-
Discussion concerning legal opinions.
Okay.
And 202 is conclusion of investigations.
Okay. All right. Do we get a vote on those first?
Second.
Yeah. There we go. Got a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion on any of these? No, we're good. All right. I'm sorry, Kenyatta.
No, my comment is after this.
Oh, okay. All in favor of the additions?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we got two additions.
Chairman Swanson,
Yes.
I wanted to ask the statement that was prepared at the Wednesday meeting that came before the public, is that, where would that be held at, the discussion for that?
That's on 1.90?
1.90A, page.
Thank you, Santino.
Thank you, I just wanted to make sure we captured it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Where is it?
Okay.
1 point. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At the top of the page, I thought it was a header. Okay.
This is a big book. And they got sticky pages. There we go. Yeah, okay. All right,
Chairman Swanson,
yes.
just a point of clarification. 1.98, that is the statement that was prepared at the Wednesday meeting for all of us to consider and look over the next few days in preparation for today?
Mm-hmm,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
okay. Okay, recognition of guests? Oh, hang on a minute.
We have to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. All right, before we adopt the agenda, at the request of the president, there are two matters which should be addressed in closed session under item 8, as permitted under the Open Meetings Act. First, with regard to the current litigation involving an MCC employee under MCL 15-268-1. And the second is with regard to upcoming collective bargaining under MCL 15.268-1 also. Yep, it's item 13 on the agenda. It's under item 13, under closed session. I'm just letting the board know why we want to go into closed session, so that everybody's aware. Okay?
Chairman Swanson,
Yes.
does MCC employee litigation, does that also apply to complaints? Like, will closed session also discuss complaints which may lead up to employee litigations, complaints of staff, faculty?
Well, what is that? Gary?
If there is a discussion of a complaint and its legal significance and how it should be handled, as you know, I would strongly recommend that that be handled in closed session, at least initially, and then the board can decide whether further closed session or some open session discussion is appropriate after that. But normally I do request the opportunity to advise first.
So is that something,
Question.
thank you, is that something that we can discuss in closed session today, the complaints as well, complaints in general?
I'm sorry, I
Is
can't.
that something that we can discuss in closed session as well, complaints in general?
Well, this is, that's a totally separate thing. This is the litigation for employee and a collective bargaining agreement to keep us informed on that. Yeah.
There's nothing that would prevent the trustee from adding an additional thing to that, because those two items were recommended by the president as the reason
We
to
can
go
add
in.
what we need to
So,
that.
yeah, but it has to be done out here, because if we go into closed session and then bring up something
It will
that's
have to
not,
be done before we go into closed session.
I believe that's what she was asking.
Right,
yes.
and may I suggest that if the board member wishes to discuss that in closed session, that she simply add that, I don't know what the appropriate procedural is, perhaps motion to the closed session that's already been planned.
Okay, John?
So I want to be clear, I understand this, that I understand that what we're going to discuss, I understand the rationale for closed session, and that it appears that there's going to be, other than listening, and that these two sessions are informational, and that there's not going to be any board action required on either two. Is that correct?
They're informational.
Okay.
Okay?
And I keep trying to get this point across that we really need to stick the subject matter on the agenda, and then the closed session comes from that, not the other way around. We keep getting the cart before the horse when we're doing this.
Well, we had the closed session on the agenda, and I was given the reason why it was on there. We still have to vote to go into it.
Okay, but for anything that, if, for instance, if a labor agreement does come to us for approval,
That has to be done in the open.
the approval has to be done on the open, and it'll have to be on the agenda as not a closed session item.
Correct. This is informational. Okay?
Not okay.
Chair Swanson, are we able to add complaints to the closed session?
When we come to that, that's not a problem at all to add.
Okay.
We'll come, if you want to go into closed session and we vote, we can add that and do them both at the same time instead of doing them two separate times.
Okay, well, we were just discussing closed session, so I just wanted to add that to it. But when,
But it would have to be added beforehand to,
So you would have to make a motion, Kenyatta.
and we would have to have a reason from the attorney to do that.
And the reason would be to discuss the complaint with counsel and receive advice for counsel, from counsel, which is a legally permissible reason under the Open Meetings Act.
so do I make a motion?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that in closed session, we also add and discuss complaints that have come before the college.
Would that be 1.90?
Yes. I think we ought to go to the hills.
All right, Kenyatta, did you have a?
Yes. The motion is to discuss the complaint with counsel, which was the subject at the last board meeting, special board meeting.
Second.
Okay. A motion that's been seconded. Any discussion?
Could you rephrase exactly what was at the last board meeting? How do you phrase that?
Discuss the complaint with counsel, which was the subject at the
Thank you.
special board meeting.
Okay.
1.90 and 1.91, is that what you're referring to, trustee Dodson? Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that's the motion. Is there a second on that?
Yep, it was seconded, Art seconded. And we've had discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Yeah. Now the motion is to adopt the agenda. All right,
Make the motion.
All right.
As amended.
As amended.
So moved.
There we go. Got a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. I think now we're to the recognition of guests.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you to everyone for being here. First, Mr. Robert Matthews, Vice President of Student, Academic, and Workforce Success, will recognize our first guest.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, and trustees. I have the pleasure of sharing some exciting news with you this evening. You've heard the phrase before that you can go anywhere from here. Well, I'd like to add to that phrase and to say that your path to study in the destinations of your dreams begins here, right here at Mott Community College. Our faculty have been diligently at work, not just this year, but in previous years. But this year, I think there are some exceptional things that we want to share with you. We have 70 students that will be traveling to study abroad this year. And I think that alone deserves a round of applause. But I'd like to ask Jessica Esperanza, who serves as World Languages and Culture Department and the International Institute Coordinator, to join me, if she's still here. Because we've got 4 students that have done some phenomenal work under Jessica's leadership, and I'm going to allow her to share with you the distinguished honors that they've received.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be here and honor our amazing students, and that's why we're all here. So the Gilman Scholarship is one of the most prestigious study abroad scholarships that exist outside of Rhodes Scholar. The Gilman Scholarship is a national search for the best of the best. And within the last 5 years, only 3 other community college students in the entire state of Michigan have been selected. And we have 4 students selected this year. So that says a lot about our students. And all of our students are amazing, but these students go above and beyond through the application process in order to even put in their application. And then it's scrutinized by 2 rounds of faculty, staff, and administrators from around the nation. And I sit on these panels and we go over every application in detail and spend hours deciding who gets these funds. And so it says a lot, the fact that we have 4 students selected. We have them all here tonight so that they can be honored. Can I have you guys come forward? So rather than hearing me talk, because they're why we're here, they're going to share their name and their major, and then something about the program that they're participating in.
If you'd like to use the podium, you can also stand there. That's easier.
Hello, my name is Paige Alexis Donald. My major is baking and pastry arts, culinary. And I'm traveling to Italy. I'm so excited. And this means so much to me because I grew up watching Rick Steves Europe on PBS with my grandmother, who's here today. And it just, when I saw him exploring this country, it's just so rich with history and beauty and culture. And just to be immersed in that and to have the opportunity to study abroad, and I'm just so excited to so excited to just explore the art and architecture and connect with the people and just grow as a culinarian in ways that I wouldn't be able to here or might not have the opportunity to otherwise. And above all, I'm excited to represent the United States in Mott Community College, and I will do so with pride and a spirit of excellence. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Hello, my name is Douglas Waite. I am an Associate of Arts student, and I'll be traveling to Belize with the anthropology department in a few days here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Harden. My major is business management. I'll be traveling to Ghana with study abroad. To be accepted into this program, just to be accepted into the scholarship is just awesome opportunity. I never thought I would get into anything like this, so just having this opportunity is amazing, and I mean, I couldn't ask for a better professor. Miss Devone, she's amazing. My classmates are amazing. So thank you guys so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Taufikat Bello, but people call me Henny. I'm also going to Ghana for a study abroad program, and my major is nursing. This is my second year actually, pre-nursing. I'm transferring to U of M by fall. And then going to Africa, I'm from Nigeria actually, so going to Africa is like, wow, I never thought I was going to go to Africa since I got to the States, but people ask me like, why do I want to go for this business class while I'm a nursing student? But basically, I would love to explore culture, and especially Ghana being close to Nigeria. I would love to know what they're all about, and also I would love to become a traveling nurse. So I would travel all over the world and help people and get better. And thank you so much to Miss Devon and Miss Jessica. They helped me a lot, even throughout my problems getting to this scholarship and all that. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to our scholars.
We can go to the next slide.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to follow.
I know, it is. So the next set of recognitions we have is for the land competitions, and this is the Liberal Arts Network for Development. And I know that our lead faculty member, Dr. Jenna Andrews, actually is in class with some of the, well, class starts at 6 o'clock, with some of the students, but I do want to recognize them, even if some may be here. If they're not here, I want to recognize them anyway. There are 54 community college artists that entered, and 88 artworks across 3 categories. We have 7 of our students won a total of 9 awards for their artworks displayed at the LAND conference, just February 18th through February 20th. So let's give them a round of applause for that. You see some of the categories, but I'm going to go through these if you'll allow really quickly. Next slide, please. In the film fiction category, we have a first place winner. The film was titled The Lottery by Gabriel Ferguson. You see his collaborators listed. And then we have a second place winner also. The film was titled The Rabbit, and that was by Ryan Weir. In the film nonfiction documentary category, we have a first place winner, Making Your Own History by Ethan Kwasny. And then we have a third place winner, Journey of Faith by Ryan Weir. Next slide. In the graphic design and photography category, we have a first place winner, April Middleton, and her piece was titled 2025 Basketball Championship Program, and you can see some of the artwork that's here on display as well. And then we have a first place winner in photo. Actually, Nick won first and third place in photo. One titled Deadlines and the other titled Untitled. Okay, yes. And the last category was 2D and 3D art. And I am told that in this particular category, that there was overwhelming competition with over 70 entries. And our very own Amaris Thomas one for 2D art, paper fall, and you can see the artwork displayed here. In 3D art, we have a first place winner, Finley Sanders, Thoughts and Prayers, and a second place winner by Josie Jackman, Snuff the Mind. Let's give it up for our students.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Sorry, Art, go ahead.
No problem. Particularly the films, are they available anywhere that we could get a link emailed to us, or where would we go to view them?
I'm sure I could work to make sure those are available to the trustees.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. And next, I have the distinct honor of recognizing trustee Dr. Kenyatta Dotson. Kenyatta was recognized by the Genesee District Library at the 25th Annual Black History Month brunch, and she received an award of excellence. Can you please give her a round of applause? On Saturday, February 7th, the Genesee District Library celebrated African American contributions in Genesee County by hosting its 25th annual Black History Month brunch. The event featured a keynote speaker by renowned rock and blues musician, a conflict navigator, unifier, and author, Mr. Darrell Davis. It also included performance by pianist Roger Jones and vocalist Tiffany Gridiron. As one of Genesee County's premier events, the brunch hosted nearly 500 people. As part of the recognitions, the Genesee District Library honors people and an organization making a difference in the community. Included in the list of honorees with trustee Dr. Kenyatta Dotson was honored with the Award of Excellence for tackling such issues as fairness, equality, social justice, violence prevention, and longevity for our youth and our families. Congratulations, Trustee Dotson, for all the hard work and dedication that you have given to our community for many years. Thank you. Yeah, please.
What is this called again? What is this called, Santino?
That is
a challenge
that
coin.
is a challenge coin
And I
from
finally
the
got my challenge coin
Did
from
you?
Mott.
That's
yes,
right.
that I will cherish forever. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
You're welcome. And next, I would like to honor Persevere Whitmore. Percy, where are you? Do you want to? Please come. Or the podium.
Wow.
Persevere. Oh, I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. Then I'm going to turn it over to you. I just wanted you to everyone to see that you were here. Persevere Whitmore is a distinctive community leader and policy advocate who is rooted here in Flint and committed to public service, civic engagement, and workforce development. He's married to his wife, Joshauna Whitmore, and is the youngest of 5 children born to Kirk Whitmore Sr. and Matoya Whitmore. As a third-generation Mott alumnus, his family legacy and education has shaped his mission to create access and opportunity for others. Persevere's journey began at Mott Middle College and continued through Mott Community College, where he earned his associate degree and gained early exposure to the needs and potential of Genesee County. His experience in workforce and economic development provided him with the opportunity to connect young adults with the resources, training, and career pathways that they needed. And also that inspired him to amplify the voices of those who are often unheard. In 2024, Persevere ran for the Mott Community College Board of Trustees for the first time, earning 23,342 votes. It was a competitive race grounded in equity, access, and community representation. Although he didn't win, the campaign expanded his platform and led to appointments on 4 additional area boards where he is focused on consumer sector initiatives, economic development, and youth empowerment. His work has consistently centered on creating equitable opportunities and empowering young people from ages 16 to 25, regardless of their background. Recognized for representing Flint and Genesee County in statewide and national forums, Persevere now serves in the office of Governor Gretchen Whitmer as a community engagement specialist. In this role, he supports coverage and representation across Saginaw, Bay City, and Genesee County, working to strengthen the community relationships with the governor's office and ensuring that the Office of the Governor remains connected to the needs of the residents. And we're so proud of Percy, given his start here at Mott Community College and having attained such a prestigious position at the Office of the Governor. We want to congratulate you and let you know how very proud of you we are. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You mind if I say something? So I'll dial it back. Wow. I almost want to, I know this moment is somewhat about me, but it's really about everyone in this room. When President Snell mentioned that number, that 23,342 people, it's really about the people. It's really about the people that support you, the people that help gird you, the people that help direct you into who you are and who I am today. I'll also like to make a caveat into being that Governor Gretchen Whitmer's picture is up there. I also like to say literacy is a major component, being that I'm here at Mott Community College, and just making sure that we are proud of the things that we are achieving in the office of the governor. But more or less, I just wanted to say persevere, right? You heard the name Persevere. I want to extend that to the Mott Community College family, community, and others alike. We are living in trying times. We are also in Black History Month. So I want to be able to acknowledge the fact that this is a month, although that we reflect on the things that we have overcame, we are still overcoming things, and we are still moving forward. We are still pursuing. So my comments to everyone in this room is to still persevere. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to communications. Jordan, are there any?
I forgot to put it out before the meeting started, but there's one communication from the public submitted by the 10 a.m.
Public comment is welcome at this meeting, and of course, in any group they may represent, they must identify the subject matter remarks that they are limited to only 5 minutes. If you go long, I will politely ask you to please wrap up your remarks. Speech that is inappropriate or defamatory will be deemed to be disruptive, and the speaker can be removed from the meeting if the disruptive conduct continues. Personal attacks, name-calling, and unsubstantiated charges of wrongdoing will be deemed inappropriate or defamatory when directed toward an individual. Please bear this in mind when you come up to speak. Jordan?
The first comment has been submitted by Bill Bain of Flushing, Michigan, on the topic of free speech and religion expression.
Hello, Mott Board. I'm Bill Bain, Flushing Township trustee. and candidate for state senator for District 27. I wanted to talk about the issue, this was brought to my attention, about free speech and the free expression of religion. And I mean, it's no doubt we're a very divided nation with differing viewpoints, differing opinions. But the letter of the law matters. I'm a First Amendment free speech and free expression advocate. I support the President, Shonda Richardson Schnell, in her individual right to the same. You should have before you some documentation of the Supreme Court decision from 2002, which is the Kennedy versus Bremerton School District. And you also should have a copy of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which protects religious freedom. And I think that soundly, I don't know all the circumstances to what's being raised, I mean, honestly. But I think that if there was ever a decision regarding these things, that it would soundly rest in favor of the President and her free speech. It is a very slippery slope when you try to impede free speech or the free expression of religion, as with the case of Kennedy versus Bremerton School District. That cost the school district millions of dollars in the reinstatement of that football coach. I met him, real nice guy. And I think what was done to him was wrong, and the courts did go ahead and stand to his favor. But it is a slippery slope, and I know you have issues to address, but I just wanted to say support regarding the free speech and the free exercise of religion, and that's our God-given right. And I appreciate you. I heard a lot of good things about the board and the school. Enrollment's up, so things are moving in the right direction. So I think you're doing a very good job. So thank you so much.
The next comment has been submitted by Tony Hernandez of Byron, Michigan, on the topic mission statement alignment with recent leadership activities, graduations, and student activities.
Get my things pulled up. I'm sorry, I didn't think I'd be second. All right, so hi everybody on the board. I really appreciate you coming and taking some time to listen to me today. So I'm speaking out tonight just over the last 90 days of things that I've witnessed, and they just concern me deeply, so that is why I'm here today. Mott Community College mission speaks about access, equity, opportunity, and helping students thrive. I feel if that mission truly guides this institution, then accountability, transparency, and psychological safety must be non-negotiable. As a woman and someone from a minority background, I would expect leadership to go out of their way to set some of the highest standards in education, especially in higher education, and especially when serving a diverse and historically underserved community. Excellence in leadership is not optional here. It is essential. Recently, a student felt compelled to bring safety concerns directly to this board. When students bypass normal channels because they do not feel safe or heard, that signals a breakdown in trust. Engagement is reportedly at an all-time low, in despite of enrollment levels being higher statistically. We should be asking why. When graduation events include noticeable religious overtones and when religious affiliated groups are permitted to operate on campus in ways that make some students feel uncomfortable, perception truly matters. Whether intentional or not, these things affect campus climate. Students from different backgrounds need to feel this institution belongs to them too. Psychological safety is not a slogan, it is a foundation of learning. Many students here cannot afford to attend full-time. They work, they raise families, they sacrifice paid off time just to attend required classes like I have. When they show up, they deserve leadership spending on contractors in 1 month. Trustees have a fiduciary duty to ask. Leadership does such set culture, especially at this institution. Right now, the tone being modeled in these meetings does not consistently reflect the mission of access, equity, and student-centered success. If the goal is for students to flourish, then leadership must first create an environment where they feel safe enough to do so. Thank you very much for your time today.
The next comment has been submitted by Maria Grgoyich on the topic agenda item resolution.
First of all, I want to say thank you, everyone. And if there's any First Nations people here, I want to honor you and recognize you. May I speak? Bonjour, Anin, family. So my name is Maria Gergrich. I am from Lake City, Michigan. I am been grafted into the family of the Wanaksino Dawa Lakota people from up north. So I'm going to share a passage with you as we all come here, and I recognize the beautiful diversity that is here, and thank you for allowing me to speak and share. Creator's blessing rests on the poor, the ones with broken spirits. The good road from above is theirs to walk. Creator's blessings rests on the ones who walk a trail of tears, for he will wipe away the tears from their eyes and comfort them. Creator's blessings rests on the ones who walk softly and in a humble manner. The earth, the land, and the sky will welcome them and always be their home. Correct, right? Creator's blessing rests on the ones who hunger and thirst for wrongs to be made right again. They will eat and drink until they are full. Creator's blessings rests on the ones who are merciful and kind to others. Their kindness will find its way back to them full circle. Creator's blessings rests on the pure of heart. They are the ones who will see the Great Spirit. Creator's blessings rests on the ones who make peace. It will be said of them, they are the children of the Great Spirit. Creator's blessing rests on the ones who are hunted down and mistreated for doing what is right, for they are walking the good road from above. Others will lie about you, speak against you, look down on you, and scorn you with contempt, all because you walk the road with Creator God. So I am sharing something because this is my experience. I too I am a First Nations people from the Apache people. And I was a wounded person, and I did not know that Creator who sets free wanted to set me free from trauma, from things of past historical trauma that carried in my bloodline and in our ancestors. But because he loved me so much, when I began to search for him, Creator who sets free, I began to encounter his love, and his love began to tear down things that were hurting me from the inside, that tried to imprison me. So I am here to say that as a First Nations person, and I don't speak for everyone, but I can only speak for myself, that when I encountered his love began to change and transform my life. I'm no longer the wounded person. I'm not mentally or physically traumatically hurt anymore. It's because I surrendered to the love of the Great Spirit. And when I did, his heart transformed me and transformed me by the power of his love. So I come to share with you because love is the greatest message that we can share with one another. The students here, they deserve the love of a great Creator God and the opportunity that comes from each and every person that shows it, maybe not the way that I understand it, maybe not the way you understand it, but where we can come together and release the love of the Great Spirit, the Creator that we all know has given us this earth to steward together, because this great nation, I've had to forgive, and I know my people have had to forgive others who have not asked for forgiveness. Even though we're in this earth, we've had to, by faith, forgive those who have hurt us, the government, the education system, and the church. And because we have choose to forgive the things of the past and the trauma of the past, I'm able to move forward here now in my right mind. So I say thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my journey of life that I've overcome and persevered forward. And I pray that everyone else too, as we dance our prayers in the sacred circle, that we will come together in unity in this community. Blessings.
The next comment has been submitted by Catherine Boussard on the topic of agenda item and resolution.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Boussard, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong Michigander and educator, and I currently work as the executive director for Salt and Lake Global, a faith-based nonprofit that defends first liberties and advances good governance. And today I speak in my personal capacity to express my strong support for President Chandra Richardson Snell's constitutionally protected rights to freely express her sincerely held religious beliefs, even in the public square. And recently a complaint was filed accusing the college president of proselytizing during an official college event held on October 13th, an action which has been alleged to be a violation of the Establishment Clause. And it is my understanding that tonight this body is considering, among other things, a resolution related to that complaint and other expressions of faith by President Snell. And before voting, I would just encourage you to consider the following facts. First, that the event where the alleged behavior took place was called the 33rd Annual Peace and Dignity Observance, a sacred ceremony. And it was hosted by Mott Community College and sponsored by the foundation for the college. And I'd like to go back to a word in the title of that event, sacred. Sacred is a word with a very specific connotation defined as dedicated or set apart for service or the worship of a deity, worthy of religious veneration, holy, or relating to religion, not secular or profane. In other words, for 33 years, this college and its affiliates have hosted and provided financial support for a religious ceremony of a single faith. And even though that faith is not my own, I will also say I don't take offense at that. It's been something that's been done in the public space. But this religious event featured multiple religious activities, including a public blessing, sacred dance, spiritual expression, and a community invitation to prayer led by a First Nations representative hired and paid by the college's foundation. The ceremony objectives, as published in the program, which I've attached in the handout that I just distributed, very clearly state the objectives of this program. And those objectives are noted as, quote, understanding and embracing difference. The ceremony reminds us of our own cultural lens. We aim to nurture curiosity without judgment, recognizing the language of discovery. And that's a laudable thing, to learn. That's what this institution is all about, to learn and to learn about different cultures, different faiths, what we have in common. And often we have far more in common than what divides us. And according to his own affidavit after the ceremony, in a private one-on-one conversation as described by Mr. Wayne Wilson, it was a conversation that he initiated, and he thanked the president for her official remarks and then went on to, quote, discuss personal religious beliefs. He initiated that conversation at a religious event hosted and funded by the college. And I just think we'd be remiss if we didn't underscore that to have conversation about faith at a religious event hosted by the college, and then to later come back and criticize the president for that, almost feels like some form of entrapment or hostile work environment. It seems a little concerning that we're putting emphasis on one conversation out of an entire, much larger religious event. Mr. Wilson went on to state that he didn't find offensive what his conversation with President Snell included. He did not find that offensive at the time, and he's submitted an affidavit to that effect. President Snell, I had the opportunity to speak with her, and she reported sincerely asking Mr. Wilson questions about the similarities between his Native American beliefs and her understanding of Christianity. And I'm so grateful that my sister Maria could be here today, not a sister by birth, but a sister in faith. We have many things in common, even though we approach it from a little bit different lens. And so I would just remind you that asking questions really is what this event was all about. If anything, the type of healthy conversation at that 33rd annual event was exactly what happened between Mr. Wilson and President Snell. And instead of fulfilling the objectives to nurture curiosity without judgment, the process this body is going through feels a lot like judgment. It feels a lot like action by a government body to chill religious speech. And defending the First Amendment is so important. Whether we agree or disagree, it matters that we can come together and have those critical conversations, learn from one another, clarify each other's beliefs, come to a greater understanding. Last week I shared a lot of facts from the First Amendment to Michigan's law to history of jurisprudence. All of those things speak in concert. This body has a duty to protect President Snell and her right to religious expression of her sincere faith. Thank you so much.
The next comment has been submitted by Ruth Patterson of Mount Morris, Michigan, on the topic of proselytizing.
My name is Ruth Patterson. I am a resident in Mount Morris, Michigan. I'm also a former student at Mott Community College. I went to Beecher Adult Education, and it was through there that Mott supported the medical office assistance course through them. It was Mott curriculum, and it was Mott teachers that went out there and taught the program. And I went through the 2-year program and excelled and graduated from there. And I got my medical assistance nursing degree. I am thankful for the Mott Foundation and the community for their support for education, and because of that, I benefited from it as well during a difficult time. I am talking about the question. I want to ditto everything of what she said, and I also appreciate everything that you said as well. When she was speaking about the Creator, in my faith, Creator is God, and we call him our Creator. And so I have been to different Native Indian conventions and powwows. My great-grandfather was full-blooded Cherokee. And on my mother's side. And on my father's side, my great-grandfather and grandmother were both Jewish. And they escaped the Holocaust when they came over, only to find that they were just as hated in Detroit as they were where they escaped from. It was not taught to me in school. I only just learned this a couple years ago actually, that Henry Ford actually helped fund and support the Holocaust. He sent over millions in support of it, and I had no idea. I learned last week in coming to the meeting, it was my first time coming to the meeting, and I was just trying to make sense of it all, because I was like, the entire time I'm listening to things, something just didn't feel right or set right. And the same thing that you said, I kind of felt like there was an agenda of something against President Snell. And it wasn't anything that anyone said to me, but it is what I picked up reading the room and everything that was said. Our I'm not going to go through everything she said because she said it so perfectly, so I'm not going to waste my time, all those points. But our Constitution, whether you're a president or not, and I understand that it came up because of her position of authority in the college, the position that she has, but she is still a citizen of the United States, and she is still protected by her constitutional rights, and that is the freedom of religion. Her asking a question, are you a Christian, is not proselytizing. Proselytizing is coercion and trying to convert someone. Asking a question if you are a Christian or not, or if you've met Jesus Christ, or if you've accepted him as your Savior, that is not proselytizing. That is only asking a question to determine where a person stands. And if you're talking about religion and their faith and your faith and making comparisons and exchanging questions, there is nothing wrong with that, and that is not proselytizing. And someone last week read to you the definition of proselytizing, so I'm not going to waste my time on that, but she did very well presenting the definition. And so I would suggest that you look up the definition of proselytizing and what it means. Asking a question, that is not proselytizing. And it seems like, to me, like a mountain has been made out of a molehill, and everything has been just pulled way out of proportion, that it has come to this kind of thing. So, in all fairness, that's my opinion. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Kathy Watchhorn of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of public trust and transparency related to item 1.90.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Watchhorn. I am a Flint resident. I have attended Mott Community College board meetings for more than 2 years, and I appreciate the time and service each of you gives to this institution and our community. I want to speak tonight about governance, transparency, and public trust. In 2024, the previous board faced a conflict of interest complaint involving a trustee. The board chair investigated, reached a conclusion, and shared both the outcome of the process publicly. Whether or not people agreed with the result, the board demonstrated transparency by explaining how it got there. Today, the community is aware of a different situation, one that raises similar serious governance concerns. It is publicly known that at least 3 separate complaints have been made regarding the college president's religious remarks made in the course of her official duties. In October, the Indigenous Peoples Group expressed the initial complaint. Also in October, the faculty union raised similar concerns with human resources. Third, at the February 18th special meeting, the board was informed that the college president had sent a letter to the Indigenous Peoples guest asking him to sign a letter that he considered to be harassment. In a recent Inside Higher Ed article, the board's attorney stated that he used Kennedy versus Bremerton as a guide, but it is not the only relevant precedent. Decades of Supreme Court rulings from Engel versus Vitale to Santa Fe versus Doe affirm the same principle. Public institutions must remain religiously neutral, and officials must not use their authority to promote religious belief. In the same article, Mr. DeWitt said he investigated the October complaints, reported his conclusions to the board in December. But unlike the earlier conflict of interest matter, nothing has been shared publicly about the scope, methodology, or findings. That lack of transparency matters because public confidence requires knowing that serious concerns are reviewed carefully, fairly, and independently. This is not about whether religious expression is permitted in public life. It is. The question is whether the chief executive of a public college can appear to use her official authority to advance a religious viewpoint. When that question is raised, it cannot be minimized or resolved behind closed doors. It demands a transparent review that the public can trust. For that reason, I am respectfully asking the board to take the following steps. First, authorize a truly independent investigation. Second, clearly communicate to the public the scope and methodology of that investigation so that the community understands how the review will be conducted. Third, share the findings openly with the community once the investigation is complete. And finally, if misconduct is found, adopt clear safeguards to prevent it from happening again. None of this would prejudge any outcome. It would demonstrate the board's commitment to transparency, accountability, and the constitutional obligations of a public institution. Public trust is Mott's most valued asset. I urge you to protect it. Thank you for your time.
The next comment has been submitted by Mara Fulmer of Atlas, Michigan, on the topic of board's response to complaint against president.
Hello. Okay, for the record, my name is Dr. Mara Javera Fulmer, and I'm a Mott District resident of Atlas, as well as longtime faculty in graphic design. One of my students won one of those awards here at Mott. But I hope that you remember me from my previous visits to this board. There has been a lot of conversation about constitutional rights and freedoms here in regards to the statements made by our president, Ms. Shonda Richardson Snell, while serving in her capacity as president of a publicly funded institution. And while the right to speak of one's faith is enshrined in such a document, there are also responsibilities and consequences when it comes to practicing these rights, especially when they infringe on another's rights to peace and dignity. For instance, as the president of an institution supported by public funding, the primary focus of that job is to promote a welcoming, inclusive environment and respect all faiths, cultures, and belief systems. It is the responsibility of such a leader to make sure they stay informed about and be guided to prevent any potential conflicts and harm that could be caused through ignorance of such different belief systems, cultural history, and practices. Just saying I didn't know means you didn't do your homework. As to the board's attorney's revelations that the incident in question had been previously examined and ruled to be within the constitutional rights of the president, this was all done without input from those who felt harmed by her actions or from the community at large, and that utter lack of transparency and how this was handled only serves to undermine our trust in this board and their one employee. There has been no acceptance of culpability, no responsibility taken for what might have been, an act of ignorance rather than intentional harm. There is no assurance that this behavior will not be altered in the future. Each semester, I am entrusted with the education of perhaps 100 or more students at this college. I work long hours to develop an enhanced curriculum that addresses everything from elements of art and principles of design to typography and corporate communications to graphic design courses that focus on developing educational campaigns that will inform their audiences on a particular topic. We spend a lot of time discussing ethics, especially when the power of a message's visual and written approach is involved. We discuss the role of the designer in developing a campaign, and I asked students, where is their line in the sand for avoiding harm? And we look at faux pas in graphic design, whether it's from intention or laziness. When did the campaign designer fail to recognize that their message would actually insult rather than support their audience? And it says a lot about the next generation that the large majority of my students recognized that it was up to them to ask questions, to do their due diligence in research, and try their best to, first, in the parlance of medical field, do no harm. And if I should find myself in a position where I have inadvertently misspoke and said something that caused any harm against my students, this is how I would respond, and have, actually. I am deeply sorry for causing you pain and distress. Please help me to understand how I can do better so that I may not cause undue harm in the future. I want to learn. I would first take responsibility and apologize for it. I would then express my desire to learn more so I don't repeat it. And this would be followed by the intentional acts necessary so that I did not repeat it again. Look, no one is perfect. We're all human. And we will all make mistakes at some point in our lives. Sometimes we get caught up in something and words just come out. That's been my experience. Sometimes it's not for the better. And in our line of work, we call that a learning opportunity. So please, let's learn from this. First, acknowledge it, apologize, take definitive actions to move forward in a way that we don't repeat it. And it helps us all learn from it too. In that way, we can support our community better. And, since we're in the business of education, might I suggest we start some college community education programs on these important topics. Thank you for listening.
The next comment has been submitted by Elizabeth Jordan of Flint on the topic of investigation into evangelizing behavior personnel complaint.
Good evening. I'm here today after having followed with interest the board meeting from last week, in which I was very surprised to hear that the interim board attorney stated that an investigation into the October allegations had already taken place and that the board had resolved and taken action in December. When I heard that, I went back and I looked at your meeting minutes from December, which doesn't make any mention of an investigation or any board action to resolve it. And just as a reminder, this board has to operate in public, so anything that you resolve to do, those decisions have to be made in public and they have to be in your minutes. I pointed that out in an email that I sent to each one of the trustees last week, and I got a reply from one of you, which I appreciate. And that reply stated that they also knew nothing about that investigation. And so if there are board members who are unaware that an investigation took place at the end of last year, and if there are board members who are unaware of board actions to resolve said complaints, that's a problem. So it leaves me with a lot of questions, and I hope that you will answer them tonight, and I hope that you will answer them in public. My questions are, who authorized the investigation into the complaint from last October? Who conducted it? And was it independent? What questions were explored? What were the findings? When and how were those findings shared with this board? What actions did this board take or vote not to take related to that? So those are all serious things that I think need to be addressed. In addition, while there's been a lot of focus on a complaint stemming from an event in last October, I think it's important to realize that there has been an alleged pattern of conduct. Some trustees have shared that there have been examples of staff and students that have come to them with concerns. And so I would submit to you that an appropriate investigation needs to be focused not on just one incident, but on this larger pattern of alleged conduct. This needs to be a full, transparent, and independent investigation. Now, there's been some mention tonight about this Bremerton case. I would state that this is a different situation altogether. In Bremerton, you had the case of a part-time athletic coach engaged in personal prayer that happened to be on school grounds. What's been alleged here is a pattern of evangelizing conduct where not a part-time athletic coach, but the highest profile person on this campus has been going out and pushing their personal religious beliefs on staff, on students, on campus visitors. This is an altogether different situation. And so the Bremerton standings, I would say, have very little to say about this particular incident. Again, these are things that need to be investigated, not by me, not by members of the public, but by a competent, independent attorney who doesn't have a dog in this fight. I ask that you authorize such an inquiry this evening and that you ensure that all the questions that I've laid out are entered into the public record and responded to. Thank you very much.
The next comment has been submitted by Leslie Beamer of East Street on the topic of the accusations of the president.
Thank you. I'm not a public speaker, that's why I need to sit down. My name is Leslie Beamer, 807 East Street. I'm here to address the allegations that President Schnell engaged in protestalizing. Let us begin with the facts. On October 13th, 2025, Ms. Schnell spoke at a Peace and Dignity gathering for Indigenous peoples at Mott Community College, an event intended to honor culture, resilience, unity, and shared humanity, highlighting the people of the four colors, red, yellow, black, and white. Her remarks were respectful and aligned with the spirit of the event. She acknowledged the tragic church shooting in nearby Grand Blanc as well, and invited prayers for the affected families. That was an expression of compassion, not coercion. Wayne Wilson shared his story and offered a public prayer during the gathering, emphasizing unity and the importance of coming together as a community. After the event, Ms. Snell engaged in a private, voluntary conversation with him about faith. By all accounts, it was peaceful, respectful, and mutual. There was no pressure, no targeting, and no disruption. The central issue before this board is not theology. It is job performance and constitutional rights. Is President Snell fulfilling the duties for which she was hired? Is she meeting performance expectations? Is she advancing the mission of the college? If the answer is yes, then this investigation risks becoming viewpoints of discrimination. The First Amendment protects both freedom of speech and the free exercise of religion. Courts have consistently held that private, voluntary religious expression, when not coerced and not disruptive, is protected speech. Coercive and not disruptive, it is protected speech. Public employees do not surrender this constitutional rights when they accept employment. Allegations of protestalizing require evidence of coercion or abuse of authority. A peaceful conversation between consenting adults does not mean that standard. If other individuals are permitted to express secular, spiritual, or personal beliefs without scrutiny, selectively targeting one employee for Christian expression raises serious equity and constitutional concerns. Such action could expose the institution to unnecessary legal risks and cost taxpayers' resources better directed toward the student's success. Psalm 4 reminds us, be angry and do not sin. Offer right sacrifices and put your trust in the Lord. If it is possible to express strong concern without hostility, my concern is not rooted in division, but in fairness and constitutional integrity. Mott Community College should remain a place where diversity of thought and belief, including religious belief, is respected. I respectfully urge the board to focus on documented job performance, ensure constitutional protections are upheld, and bring this matter to a just and measured conclusion so the college can move forward in unity, respect, and fairness. In peace I will lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. I will close this with something personal because I have time left over. Oh, I do. And I don't ever want to waste time. The gospel is not about forcing belief. It is about good news. It's a message that God loves us, that none of us are perfect, and that through Jesus Christ we're offered forgiveness, restoration, and an eternal hope. Scripture says, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believed on him should not perish but have eternal life. That is good news. It also tells us to share that hope with gentleness and respect. For many of us, faith is not political, it's personal. It's about grace, redemption, and becoming people who love our neighbors well. That is the heart behind it. Thank you for listening.
The next comment has been submitted by Miosha Robinson of the Good Church on the topic of the president accusations.
Good evening. My name is Miosha Robinson, and I'm here in support of President Snell. From my husband and I, we lead a new church on the north side of Flint called Good Church. At last week's meeting, it was suggested that President Snell was unfit for her position if she did not know the difference between private faith and public duty. But for a committed Christian, faith is not something that can simply be turned on and off, depending on the setting. A relationship with Christ is not a scheduled activity. It is an identity. Her security in her identity, in fact, makes her extremely qualified for the position she holds. This was not a mistake. Romans 1:16 says, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes." Did you hear that? Everyone who believes. This power does not fade with position. For President Snell, her faith is not a performance or a tactic. It is who she is. The moment she begins suppressing it based solely on time, place, or public pressure, she would be denying her identity and the power that fuels it. To her, she is a child of God first. Where someone might say, "I am a woman," she would say, "I am a Christian woman." Where someone might say, "I am the president," she would say, "I am a Christian president." Her faith is not an accessory, it is her foundation. The integrity, the perseverance, the compassion, and the conviction that led this board to trust her with this position in the first place is rooted in God. Every good and perfect gift comes from the Lord. What we don't understand is that she is not trying to seek your approval. She seeks to please God only. This commitment makes a leader more trustworthy, not less. She is not swayed by popularity or pressure, but anchored in knowing that one day she will hear, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." We must also ask, when did diversity stop including faith? Expression is celebrated in nearly every other arena: politics, cultural identity, sexuality, but faith is something that must be hidden. This institution belongs to a diverse community, and that diversity must be protected. Despite accusations and conversations, there is no evidence that she required anyone to pray. There is no evidence that she tied grades, employment, funding, or opportunity to a religious agreement. There is no evidence that she changed policy to favor one religion. There is no evidence that participation in religious activity was mandatory. There is no evidence that she used her authority. If we adopt the standard that any expression of faith by a public leader is coercive, we are saying that people of faith must mute or mask part of who they are in order to serve. That is exclusion, the very thing that Mott prides itself on rejecting. Faith informs how we approach integrity, service, justice, and leadership. Asking someone to separate faith from self is unrealistic and unequal. President, blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when others revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on his account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven, for so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are the salt of the earth. But if salt lost its taste, how shall its saltiness be restored? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled under people's feet. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and gives light to all the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to the Father who is in heaven. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Denise Hunt of Peninsula Circle on the topic of the agenda.
I just want to say that was beautiful. I just want to reread everything you just wrote. Amen, sister. So I think it's funny that the Lord would have me here, because I always said, even when I wasn't a Christian, I left high school and I said, I will never public speak ever again in a day in my life. And here I am, second meeting in a row. So praise God. I did write a couple things down, and first I do want to say I honestly feel like so much of this is just such a distraction from the things that we should really be pursuing, which is the heavier and weightier matters. I had shared my testimony before of overcoming suicide, and I would say about 9 out of 10 people probably have suffered from thoughts of suicide. If you ask the kids on this campus if they've suffered with those thoughts of suicide, depression, anxiety, or the pressures in this world, you would line up a room of 10 kids and they would absolutely answer, yes, I struggle with these things. And I think the weightier matters, which is our kids' safety, their mental health, the trafficking that's happening. We have school shootings, and here we are, maybe 1 minute conversation. I don't know how long the conversation lasted. You weren't there. I wasn't there. It was a couple people having a conversation, and here we are spending hours upon hours upon hours of, I believe, wasted time when we could be actually doing things that really matter, right? And really, bless the children here at Mott. So what a travesty, what wasted spending, in my opinion, and wasted time. We have this dash, right? We're born and then we die, and there's this middle space in the middle is the dash, right? And you can't get that time back. We cannot get this time back. We are here and then we're gone. And so what are we going to do with the time that we're given, right? And I just think some of these things are just, it's red tape. And it's none of these people in this room, we're not going to be able to get this time back. You guys are not going to be able to get this time back. We need to really pursue the things that are the weightier things that really actually matter, that are actually going to help these children. I had said before that Shonda, well, first of all, I had just said trauma, especially, and suicide is rampant in our society, and Mott is no exception. As president, I believe Shonda is the best person for the job of helping navigate, not only in their, helping these students, not only in their personal but professional careers. I only witnessed her kindness, love, and support of myself, my family, but others in our community. I have seen such love come from her, and it's not based on color, religion, or any other differences. She loves fiercely. She continues to pray and fight for the students. She continues to pray and fight even for those. She forgives even those who gossip, slander, and come against her, and she forgives. I've seen her time and time again forgive those who have literally talked back, gossiped, shared things they shouldn't have been sharing. Many people don't even know the whole story, and they're sharing things secondhand, third hand, just like that game you play in school where one person says something to another person, and then by the time you get around to it, you have a completely different story than the one that happened between her and that gentleman. And I'm not saying that nothing happened, but what I am saying is I don't think you have the clear picture of what really happened. I think it's called the telephone game. But she continues to pray and fight, and for the staff, she will not discriminate or come against. You don't have to feel unsafe, because she's one of the most kind, like I'm just telling you, she's a woman of integrity, and she will, even if you are backstabbing her or coming against her, she will literally say, I forgive, I choose to forgive, and I honor you. And so I just want to read something that, it was an article that someone wrote in MSN. And, is my time up already? I got 5 whole minutes and it's gone? Oh my God. Wow. Okay. So anyway, with all that being said, I bless each one of you here, and you are, beloved child of God, and He sees you and loves you in Jesus' name. And I bless you, those that speak against me.
The next comment has been submitted by Robert Arnold of Evergreen Circle on the topic complaint about the board president.
My name is Robert Arnold. I want to thank you for hearing me out. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I wasn't going to speak tonight until I read your mission statement. I'm going to try and read this and not butcher it. Reading is not one of my strong suits. The mission statement of Mott Community College is to provide a high quality, accessible, affordable educational opportunities and services that cultivate student success and individual development and improve the overall quality of life in the multicultural community. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm 72 years old. I am blind. I am also sighted. I've lived in a world where some sighted people never thought I was blind. And I've lived in a blindness world where the blindness guys go like, you got too much sight, get out of here. You see that door over there? That door is a pathway. It's also a barrier. This college began in 1923. There is a time when I, as a student, or the deaf community that is watching the deaf interpreter, would not have been welcomed here. Accessibility is an important concept. We never had accessibility until 1990 when the ADA was passed. It was a foreign concept. Legally, it means that we get an equal shot, nothing more. No real special treatment. We just try to get opens the door to reasonable accommodations. Words are dangerous things. They're slippery things. People have been arguing about the proselytizing. I should have mentioned this earlier. I'm a retired counselor. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Michigan, a master's degree from Michigan State University, and I have dealt with issues like this because I've had to deal with very uncomfortable conversations with people that I'm counseling, and it's, though I'm retired, it's something that I care very much about. I wouldn't have done what the president is accused of. I wasn't there, I don't know the details. You're going to make a decision about releasing a statement. I talked about accessibility because perception, what you see, what you hear, can also be doorways or they can be barriers. Everything in this room here, this thing, I could easily fall over it. Believe it or not, I can't see it. This institution is a pathway. It's a pathway for the people that have the opportunity to come here. And regardless what their political affiliation is, regardless what their religious or non-religious beliefs are, this is a doorway that opens up to the rest of the community, to the rest of their life. Protect that. I'm done.
The next public comment has been submitted by Tiffany Morris of Flint, Michigan, on the topic reference to the agenda.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Morris. Yes, I'm back. So, good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Morris, and I stand before you today in support of the president of Mott College. By what I have read and studied, she didn't do anything wrong, like I said last week. I don't believe that she pushed Jesus on anyone. I feel that if she asked or if she was led to speak to someone about Jesus, it is her duty to share the light. It is not to share the light. The light is not to be hid, it is to shine. Yes, if we are in our workplace or community, wherever we are, our light is to shine. And if someone asks a question, we are led by the Spirit within us to share with. That is our duty to do that. We can't, like my other sister said, we can't turn off a switch. Like others have said that if they're asked a question, then they turn the switch off. Well, as a Christian, we can't just turn the switch off. Either you're in or you're out. Period. You're either hot or cold. There's no in between. If you're going to be a Christian, you're going to be a Christian. If you're going to be part of this world, you're going to be part of this world. You can't turn that switch off. There's no way to turn that switch off. And if you are turning that switch off, then stop proclaiming to be a Christian, because you're not a Christian. Point blank. I'll tell you like Jesus tells them. Point blank. It doesn't matter where we are or what position we hold. And it was also said from the audience that last week that we are to keep Jesus in the church. Well, I'm sorry. Mark 16:15, as Christians, Jesus says, go into all the world. That doesn't mean inside the church building. He said, go into the world. In the early church in Acts, they didn't keep their faith private. They shared it in public places. They proclaimed Christ openly, because eternity is too important to whisper about, especially in the time we live in, where other groups and other religions are pushing their agenda. The president hasn't pushed her agenda. She doesn't have an agenda. She is a Christian, and it is her duty to share Christ with whoever asks her about him. It ain't no agenda. Now, other groups and other religions, yes, they have agenda, but Mott College is okay with those groups and okay with those agendas. But for some reason, when it comes to Jesus, we have an issue with that name. And I understand, I don't hold it against any of you, because it's not you. It's the principality that lives inside of you that pushes you to say the things you say, which I don't hold that against you, which you don't understand that. But the Spirit within you understands what I'm saying. So I don't hold that against you, that you would say that she's pushing an agenda. But she's not pushing an agenda. She hasn't pushed the agenda. She answered questions that was asked to her. And that is all she did. But these other groups in religion, they push their agenda. They push it way too far, because they make children and adults think they're other things that they're not. And I have an issue with that. So, did she do anything wrong? No, she did not do anything wrong. She spoke what she needed to speak. And if that's wrong, then all these other agendas are wrong too. Because they have events and they have days, like I said last week, and I will stress it till I can't stress it no more. There is no difference from those days and those events than us having Christian things for people too. It's all about what we believe. And we believe as Christians that we are to go out and share the gospel. That is what Jesus told us to do. And whatever way that is, whether we're a president, whether we're the president of the United States, nobody said anything about him sharing the gospel. Everybody had an issue with Charlie Kirk sharing the gospel. I am on topic. But, see, Charlie Kirk, they thought he took him out, but they raised the army up, and this army ain't going to shut up.
The next comment has been submitted by Adam Morris of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of the agenda.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Adam Morris. I pastor a church on the east side of Flint, Michigan. I do consider myself as a leader. I set examples. And that's exactly what you guys are supposed to be doing for the children at Mott College. Each one of you represent a special group or you have your own entities. And for some reason, the reason I'm here today is because John Daly had, I don't know if I would say that he made up people to come to this particular meeting last week to come against the president. Could you pause my time and ask the people behind me to respect me and kind of keep quiet, because I done it the whole time that they spoke, and I want to be respected. I was at 426.
Mr. Chair, I remind the chair that sitting charges against a single member of the board are not allowed.
Please keep your comments, no comments on the board members' personal attacks, please. And please, the audience, refrain from making remarks or disrupting them. Thank you.
So as I was saying, that I don't know this president personally. I don't know. I just know that when it came to the meeting last week, I heard people coming against her, not as the person that she is or what she brings to this college. If you would go look at her profile on the MCC, you can see exactly what she brings. But what I see is people not coming against her, but coming against the power that she operates in, which she is not wrong. I stand as a leader, and I preach from a pulpit, and I don't get to pick and choose who I preach to, number one. I preach to everybody the same way. I just open up the book, and I read the words. And that's exactly what she done as a Christian, and she chooses to follow that way. Like my wife was explaining, that Mott College operates off of 35 different groups. I don't see not one group coming against another group. I don't see her standing from her power of position as president coming against any of these groups. And I didn't come up here to preach. I come up here to let you know that I call right, right, and wrong, wrong. And you guys, this in particular person said that she should apologize. I want to let you know that she shouldn't apologize. This board should apologize to her because she's represented as an employee of Mott College. She is a president. She has a position of power, yes, but it's not to throw her power out as a religious status. It's for her to throw it out as an employee of this company. And you guys are coming against her very strong. I've been in the room 15 minutes, and I realize what's, who represents what. I thank God for the power of discernment. You understand that? I understand where this operation comes in at. And, I think that we're living in the end times, I really do. I think that we're living in the last days. And it says in the last days that they would deny the power. You're not coming against her position. There's not one person standing behind me that's against her, coming against her position. You're coming against her power. Why? Because her power is higher than your power. You serve your own gods. And so when you're serving your own gods, you have a right to express yourself. Mott College said that's okay. It's okay to express yourself. So if it's okay for you as an employee to express yourself, why can't she as an employee express herself? You see what I'm saying? You got a battle that you're operating in something that you're hypocrites. You know what I mean? You're for everything else, but you're not for her. I think it's wrong. I think this staff, trustees, board of trustees owe her an apology. I think Mott Community College owes her an apology. And I think every disrespectful person that preached against her owes her an apology. Because you're wrong. If somebody would come to my church and do that, I think you owe me an apology. I really think you owe her an apology.
The next comment has been submitted by Paula Weston of Flushing on the topic of special meeting of February 18th.
Hello, everyone.
have to get my eyeballs out or I'm not going to be able to see what I've written down. So, I'm Paula Weston. I'm a professor of English here at Mott Community College. I'm also, full disclosure, the Art and Humanities Division rep for the faculty union, and I'm also a resident in our district. I am not here to represent the union tonight. I want to make that very clear. I was at the meeting on Wednesday. I was really nervous, right? Like calling out the board of the college where I work and saying, you're not doing your jobs. That really made me nervous. I don't know why, because I'd done it a number of times before, as many of you know, but it really did. I think it's because, to follow up on what I said on Wednesday, I think it's because people are talking about a matter of heart, right? That's what faith is a matter of heart. And it's difficult to differentiate between what we want to talk about in terms of work and what I wanted to talk about anyway in terms of work and matters of the heart, matters of faith. But after that meeting on Wednesday, I am probably not going to be nervous about talking to you ever again because I was really angry after that meeting. And I want to talk about that, right, specifically. So last Wednesday's meeting convened to address a letter sent by Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Was about, of course, the single employee over which this board has direct supervision, Shonda Richardson Snell, my boss, by the way, right? The letter lodged a complaint about Ms. Richardson Snell's inappropriate behavior at last fall's Peace and Dignity ceremony here on the Mott Community College campus. There were several troubling things that came out of that meeting. This is a timeline of that letter. That's the first thing I want to go over. It took me a while to figure this out, right? So December 12th is when the letter was sent to the board by Americans United. December 27th is when Trustee Daly said he received the letter anonymously and that other people on this board had not yet seen it. Mid-January, that's the date that the college gave Trustee Daly for when the college received the letter, and it is important for people to understand that the college and the board are not the same thing, right? And then February 18th, that's when the special meeting was held, and that timeline itself is problematic, I think, for some pretty obvious reasons. But here's another troubling timeline that I want to get to, and it's a little less linear. October 2025, Celia Perez Booth comes here in this room and brings this incident from the Peace and Dignity ceremony to the attention of the board. February 18th, Ms. Perez Booth tells the board that an attorney for Ms. Richardson Snell has been in repeated contact with Wayne Wilson, the man at whom the Mott College president's inappropriate and offensive behavior was directed at the Peace and Dignity ceremony, and that Ms. Richardson Snell's lawyer wants absolution from Mr. Wilson. Also last week on February 18th, interim Mott board attorney Carrie DeWitt tells the public that, quote, the matter was investigated in October and that he reported to the board about the matter and that, quote, decisions were made about the issue and they were implemented in December. Mr. DeWitt also said at the meeting of the Americans United letter, they're exactly the facts that we investigated in October, resulting in the board's resolution of the matter in December. The public and employees at Mott College heard about all of this for the first time 3 hours and 40 minutes into a special meeting 4 months after the investigation of Ms. Perez Booth's complaint and 2 months after whatever decisions were implemented. There are several things about Wednesday's meeting that were additionally infuriating. The chair's failure to stop a member of the public who openly mocked marginalized communities in her comments, and the chair instead scolding those attendees for reacting to those deliberately offensive remarks. The prepared statement proposed that didn't at all directly address public concerns about Mott's president, and the way that an investigation into a serious concern brought to this board last October was brought up as an afterthought near the end of a really long meeting. After public comment last Wednesday, Trustee Reyes said, we as a board have the responsibility to address any complaint that is sent to us, and I thank him for that. But I would take that one step further. As a board, you have the obligation to address complaints and to do so thoroughly, transparently, and publicly, and to do so in a timely manner. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Ann Figueroa of Mount Morris, Michigan, on the topic of item 1.90 and 1.90A.
Good evening, trustees, and thank the public for being here. Some very, very thought-provoking statements on both sides, and I appreciate the attendance and those people that have come and spoke. I think it's important that the public is heard, and I'm glad that we have this forum to do that. I'm going to read a little bit and repeat of what I said on Wednesday because the president was not there, and then there were some really, really important points made by some of our speakers and in a very articulate way, and I feel like I'm stumbling over my words because they were really well said. Thank you for letting me speak about the nature of the complaint, using her position to further a religious agenda. Again, that's in question for some people, and I appreciate that. From the start of her employment, Ms. Richardson Snell has stood up in front of you and the public and recited the Lord's Prayer or some kind of prayer right after the Pledge of Allegiance. The previous chair had allowed it to start, and you're allowing it to continue. When it started, I was confused, as you as a body had voted to have no invocation to open the meeting, yet she continues to do so, and you say nothing. It's immaterial whether I agree with the Lord's Prayer or the tenets of her faith. Her actions make me uncomfortable, as this is a public institution and therefore should be inclusive for all. I don't want to say what would happen if one of us stood up and did something in the meeting out of the agenda, because I know if we did, if somebody stood up and started reciting a poem or praying in another language or whatever, I know they would be called to order and wouldn't be allowed. If you're going to allow an invocation for all religions, not just hers. Okay, so it's not particular to her, but it's particular, you're letting something happen that's not on the agenda. All right, again, a failure, a procedural deficiency in this board. So it needs to be corrected. I think I also want to repeat and remind this body and the public, this issue is about a complaint. There was a complaint. The person didn't welcome the conversation. The person complained. There were other complaints that were addressed as well. So while people say, I can preach my religion wherever I want to, that's fine, but you have to remember, it isn't always welcome, and it has to be in an appropriate situation. I worked in the public sector for a number of years in the HR department. When someone came in to me for a complaint, I do an investigation, and I answer, and I talk to both parties, all the witnesses. The important thing is you then do that timely and then have timely results. Any union person in this situation knows a timely manner for a grievance. Any manager knows a timely manner. We're way out of that timeline, as Paula had said. But if this complaint was investigated, it should have been reported and done with. I'm not talking about whether I believe her faith or not, or whether it was appropriate or not. I wasn't there, but somebody was, and the person she spoke to complained. All right? It's the same thing in a work environment. If someone came to me as an HR person and said, I feel their sexual comments make me uncomfortable, I have to do something about it. I may agree with those comments, doesn't matter. Somebody's uncomfortable in the workplace. It's the same again, more articulate people have stumped me, but the precedent that's set is that if somebody complains, you investigate it. Get an investigation done, get it reported, and take action. Again, anybody who's a union person knows that in arbitration, you can lose by lack of timeliness. So get your timeliness together and get this done. And also, an impartial investigator is important. It's important to the public. This is a public institution. We're talking about freedom of speech. We're talking about public entity. So if we're going to have prayer in the front of at the beginning of the meeting, it's for everybody. If we're not, it's for nobody. I think that's important. That's my opinion. So thank all the articulate Kathy and our speaker and the Native American creator and some of the heartfelt sharing of faith. I appreciate that, but this isn't about that. This is not about that. This is about a complaint, and you need to deal with it. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Glenn Harris, MCC faculty retired, on the topic of proposed statement in response to personnel complaint.
Good evening, I'm Glenn Harris, recently retired faculty member here, you know me. And I have sent you all a much more developed version of these comments. I hope you've had a chance to take a look. Your statement and your response to the personnel complaint need to draw a clear line and need to state very clearly what crosses that line. Simply put, public employees, and certainly those in positions of leadership and power, cannot promote their personal religious views on the public dollar. If they can, then any Mott employee may promote their own particular views and thus abuse the power and influence they have over others. Imagine a Muslim president of a community college who announced the midday call to prayer and encouraged others on campus to join her in prayer. Imagine an atheist president who asked students on campus why they accepted some irrational, science-defying claims of their religion. Imagine a faculty member asking a student if they had accepted Maharishi Mahesh Yogi as the one true spiritual teacher. How many of the president's supporters who have turned out would show up in support of those people? If you are swayed by claims that the president's words were not coercive, I'm sorry, that's just not the case. How the person asking the question feels is not the point. Specifically, the historical record shows that a question about accepting Jesus is a prelude to either conversion or annihilation. But there is a broader problem, no matter who is being asked that question about being saved or accepting Jesus or whatever form it takes. It is not an innocent question. It does not invite dialogue. It does not respect the other person's conscience and freedom from religion. It has a right answer, and it comes from a place of certainty that the asker of the question has the truth that the hearer must accept. The question comes from a religious dogma that claims we need saving from something. It is the classic proselytizing question. And when it comes from someone in the highest leadership position of a public institution, it severely abuses that power. We've also heard claims that the president's behavior was an allowable exercise of religious freedom. Again, I have to strongly disagree. Employees of public institutions are representatives of the state and the public that supports their work. They are not free to exercise their religion by promoting it on the job. If you don't clearly say that the president's behavior was unacceptable, if you condone that behavior, you are essentially saying that anything goes. If it's acceptable for her to behave as she has, then everyone on campus is free to similarly promote their religious views, even if doing so puts pressure on students in their classes or people who report to them in the workplace. The proposed statement we heard last Wednesday leans on how people feel and not on the actions that make them feel unwelcome or threatened. It's like the prominent non-apologies we've heard so often. I'm sorry if you felt offended, rather than simply saying, I'm sorry that I offended. Yes, everyone on campus should feel welcome and valued, but the current question is one of accountability. Simply asserting that everyone should feel welcome says nothing about the president's irresponsible use of her position. Finally, we heard Trustee Miller speak at the end of the meeting on Wednesday about students as whole persons and claimed that the president should be ministering to the spirits of students, her words. This shows the most profound misunderstanding of a public college's mission. Students' spiritual needs are best met in their own religious communities with the help of whatever spiritual guides they choose. If ministry is part of the president's job, then you have set up a religious test for employment. Now that would be a legal risk. This is not a hard call. There is nothing hard or gray or ambiguous about upholding foundational principles of public institutions, Failing to do so will only lead to erosion of those foundations and to the loss of integrity of everyone involved. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Diana V. on item 1.9.
Actions have consequences. My father was likely the most religious person I have ever met. He was a man of great faith. Difference here is he actually practiced his faith. He fed those who were hungry. He gave of himself to others. He accepted people for who they were, and he was always helping those in need. Not simply when it was convenient, but every day. We often spent weekends doing renovations on homes for those who were less fortunate. We were actually a family receiving food stamps when I was young, so to me, that's a lot. Not once do I recall him pushing his faith onto others. Quite the opposite. My father was an immigrant from the Netherlands and my mother was Irish. We were raised Roman Catholic as members of a substantially sized congregation near Baltimore in DC. I do believe my 10th grade class, confirmation class size, exceeded 100 people. Shocking my classmates, I was the only one who was not confirmed. My father accepted this as my choice. He had power over me, but he understood that a person's relationship with God, any God, is their own. That doesn't mean I don't do what I can to help those in need and do all that I can to make the world a better place for those in it. It simply means that the most religious man I've ever known understood that my journey was my journey and no one else's. When he is tried, let him come forth guilty. Let his prayers be counted as sin. May his days be few. May another take his office. May his children be fatherless and his wife a widow. May his children wander about and beg, seeking food far from the ruins they inhabit. May the creditor seize all that he has. May strangers plunder the fruits of his toil. Let there be none to extend kindness to him, nor any pity to his fatherless children. May his posterity be cut off. May his name be blotted out in the second generation. May the iniquity of his fathers be remembered before the Lord, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. Let them be before the Lord continually, then he may cut off the memory of them from the earth. For he did not remember to show kindness, but pursued the poor in need, and the brokenhearted to put them to death. He loved to curse, let curses come upon him. He did not delight in blessing, may it be far from him. If you're uncomfortable right now, just sit in that. I did not read from the Quran, I did not read from the Torah or the Vedas, or any of the many books that can be found celebrating a multitude of religions and their gods, simply because I've never studied them. This was a reading from the Bible, a book for religion of which I have no belief. That would be Psalm 109, verse 717. I'm not deciding whether you get the contract. I'm not deciding whether you're hired or fired. I have no power over you. I'm a member of the community reading a passage from a book. Now take that uncomfortable moment and imagine it was your superior or someone of power quoting you from their choice of religion and asking you to find their God. Shonda is a person in a position of power, questionably placed there, but there nonetheless. She has inappropriately been given the right to hire, fire, and so much more. A person who herself was hired simply because she knew someone. Make no doubt about it, and for those of you here who haven't been paying attention to what has been going on at MCC for the last few years, the qualifications for her position were diminished, and the position was handed to her without actually looking for any viable candidates. Currently, the standards for the librarian at MCC are higher than the standards for the office of the president. All this has done is degrade the office. So how much more does this school, this community, need to put up with for the board to do the job they were put in office to do? The Mott Foundation previously offered funds to do a nationwide search for a qualified candidate, an offer which is likely still available if the board can, pardon my French, grow a pair and do the right thing.
The next comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davison, Michigan, on the topic of the agenda.
Before I start, I wanted to thank the great Creator for giving me a discerning mind that can do critical thinking. There are so many things I want to speak, and I will focus on 3. Legal advice, governing the board and the administration of Mott College by your president, and public information. Each of these is of vital importance to the public I represent. I have spoken with people from every level of the Mott community: faculty, students, public supporters, administrators, and board members. And there are common factors in these conversations. The majority of this board has been trying harder and harder to instill ignorance and fear through their efforts to tighten the flow of information. See, for instance, all of the changes being proposed to the bylaws and the policies of this board. If information was money, this board would be labeled misers. They hoard information and starve the rest of us. The administration, headed by an inept and unqualified leadership, is failing the students and the community. Students are afraid to speak out because of mistrust that they are protected. The administration controls access to scholarships, internships, letters of reference, jobs on campus, and even access to classes. The administration is sowing confusion with uncoordinated and unpredictable systems of administration. Even the website fails to produce dependable information. Faculty members are fearful because of a spate of firings and inspired resignations and early retirements. Firings are obviously driven by a political agenda. The public is stymied by ignorance and mistrust. Ignorance of the power of the public to make demands of you, and mistrust that any of their words will be heard or make a difference. As a result of the failure to govern in a nonpartisan and effective way, I am pursuing 3 things. I will be making a complaint to the Bar Association about the politically skewed advice given by your attorney. I will continue to educate the public as I review and analyze the politically skewed intentions and actions of this supposedly nonpartisan board. And 3, I will educate the public about the waste of public funds to advance the political agenda of the administration of this college. I will campaign against any millage you may wish to place on the ballot. The public needs to know they can turn off the spigot that flows to keep this politically driven agenda going forward. It does not serve everyone in the district. You can change direction, and I encourage you to do so. In conclusion, from the teachings of the Tao, awakening oneself awakens the whole world. Thank you.
The next comment has been submitted by Darrell Brown, Phi Theta Psi Student Life, on the topic of the Mott community.
I mean, I've just been listening. I mean, it's good to see everybody's willing to come out and voice their opinions, but God, oh man. I was sitting back, I was just reflecting, I started thinking to myself, I'm like, participate if y'all can. Raise your hand if you never messed up. Come on now. You never messed up before? Jesus, we're all saints? Everybody. All right, raise your hand if you ever messed up. If you ever messed up. Okay, so if you ever messed up, okay, cool, right? So I was like thinking about that, and I'm like, it's a lot of us that are current students, because I'm Darrell Brown and I am a current student of Mott. And I come across a lot of people in Mott that have messed up some way, form, or fashion, right? And it's interesting just to see, like, we could either judge one another, and I'm just coming from a place of love, right? Not no religion, not no nothing, just a place of love and trying to understand each and every single person, because you might not like her, and I'm not for no side at all. You might not like her, but understand she is the president, right? So I would look, why not, it's good what's your concerns, but why not try to understand more of where she's coming from. Try to have a one-on-one to understand who she is, why she did what she did, or, you know, whether you like it or not, and then go from there. Because if I didn't like, you know, the person that's over Mott, I would go to that person and say, so this is what's going on. This is the situation. Tell me your side so I can better understand you. And then I'll come up with formulate my own opinion from there, right? That's one. So as a student, I experienced firsthand pretty much the diversity we have here in Mott. And it can be good and it can be bad, I guess, depending on who you are. But if you walk in love, just in general, like I said, take away the religion, take away whatever you want to. But if you walk in love, then you start seeing people for who they are, truly. And we all mess up some way, form, or fashion, and we all can get it right. No matter what race, creed, or wherever you come from. But I will say this as a person, even if you don't like the people in Mott, you know, there's still a way to go about it. There is, out of respect. And that's why I said that's when we come in love and understanding. Because I understand we all as human beings do things that we all might not like. I can guarantee you if we all looked into each other's past and maybe even present, we probably all wouldn't like each other here in Mott. So what would Mott be? What would Mott be? But I love Mott because it's a lot of mess ups in Mott. And we all can get it together, some way, form, or fashion. I wasn't even planning on speaking like that, but it's just the things that I've been hearing. And I'm like, man, come on with love. Show love, man. We got too much hate in this world already. Let's show each other and try to understand one another, one way, form, or fashion. And if you can't preach love, then that's the door. Go out that door and please don't come back, because Mott is about love. And I've heard nothing but hate in a lot of different directions, because I'm the person that I've been and went through a lot of negative things in my life. In my past, it's not squeaky clean, but I got it right. And I can say this, that man used to be my deputy when I was in jail. But guess what? I came out of that, and I've done greater things from there. It's people that didn't like me, but I got my life right. No record, no nothing. And however you want to look at it, religion, all that, but I thank God. I thank God. Hey, but whatever your higher power is, stick with that. I won't take it away from nobody. Stick with that. Whatever your higher power is. So you can say God, Allah, whatever it may be. But walk in love with that, not hate. Because that's going to keep this world divided and Mott divided. And I also want to say this, though, too. Everybody who lives in Flint, take this same energy and go down to council and talk the same way, because council needs this, too. Yeah. It does need this. People that's going to speak up, understand, and bring new information. It does. And that's why I'm running for 7th Ward City Council. I love y'all, and I'm gone.
The next comment has been submitted by Jenny Burkhart from Lapeer on the topic, comment about spiritual questions and being open to dialogue.
Boy, how can you follow that? That's not even fair. That's not fair. Oh, my goodness. So I'm Jenny Burkhart, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak. My son graduated from here. It's been a hot minute since I've been in college, but I just feel like I just wanted to share something. I love, everybody's, you know, they're hot, they're cold. I love this. This is good. This is good dialogue. We're blessed to be here, to be able to even do this, but I might not have, by the time I'm done talking, I think you're all going to be mad at me. So grab your stones, because I've got I'm going to take this in a quick direction that maybe some of you didn't see coming. So growing up, I had also a past. I am part Cherokee. I wish my sister was here. And I was kind of forced to go to church. I hated church. My father committed suicide when I was home, while I was home. And I was forced to go to church and pretty much very indifferent and kind of hated the God that I was forced to go to church to trust in. And so that took me on a spiritual path that led me into witchcraft. And that was something I exercised for a good 17 years. and also, you know, getting involved with my Native American brothers and sisters and stuff like that. So meanwhile, I was at college, and I went to Oakland University, very spiritually neutral. I don't remember anybody reaching out to me, telling me anything about anything. And things that, for me, I've never shared this publicly. It's kind of weird. I mean, I've had this conversation in private, but for me to be saying it here, maybe there's one person that's going to take something from this, and maybe I'm talking to you, but I just thought people who were Christians were very, like, just below me. I mean, I'm just being honest, okay? You don't have to like what I'm saying, but I just thought you were very uneducated, very narrow-minded. You really didn't get what you were talking about. I was very open. I believed in a lot of things, so I was very open-minded, and you were very closed and small-minded. And so that pursuit of spirituality led me in a path that there's power. There is power in these other spiritual things that I was involved in. So I knew there was a power there. And so as I got a little bit older and I was going to college and I ended up in a bed of suicide in the hospital, my spirituality and lack thereof, anybody of the Christian faith, nobody ever told me anything about the Lord. Where were y'all? Everybody's in here saying you need to proselytize. Nobody talked to me about the Lord. They didn't care where I was going. They didn't care that I was in the hospital having tried to commit suicide. I had nobody talking to me about anything. And my version of spirituality and the different modalities that I used kept taking me down a darker and darker path. Then I ended up getting around some Christians who were trying to tell me about Jesus. I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time for that. I mean, I just did not want to listen because, you know what, to be honest with you, I thought I knew it all. I'm college educated. I've got a handle on my spirituality, and I'm way more open. I mean, I grew up in Troy, Birmingham, Rochester. And long story short, I had a bunch of Christian women praying for me. In my 12-step group, I had people praying for me, and I'm like, I don't want your prayers. I'm good with what I believe. But behind the scenes, I was thinking I was all smart, and I was a wreck. I was an emotional train wreck, and I wasn't going to tell anybody about it. And so pretty soon stuff started to happen, and I started having visions and dreams, and crazy stuff happened, and it was that Jesus of the Bible was trying to get after me, and I'm like, no, we're not going there. But on 10/02/03, on a Thursday at 2:15 in the afternoon, Jesus met me when I wasn't asking for him. And so I just want to be very respectful for people who don't believe in the God of the Bible. That was me. I was the one coughing and heckling and doing things because when you're right, the whole point, it's not always about being right, it's about being like better. And so I just want to encourage all of us, and what he said, love is important, but be patient with those who aren't where we're at. Pray for those. Okay, if he can turn this person, the way I was, into who I am now, I'm the Jesus freak that I used to make fun of. So I just bless you all. Thank you.
The last comment has been submitted by Ms. Taylor on the topic of the agenda.
I am stiff for sitting down for how many hours now? So my college has been here 100 years plus. This is the first time that I think the college trustees have ever talked so intensely, many, many hours about proselytizing. Is tonight about constitutional rights or abuse of power? Lack of accountability. So I'm going to use my power tonight since I'm on the mic and Jordan chose to put me last to speak. So I'm going to ask for the resignation of the president. And I know there's something wrong because there was a secret attorney that was hired to contact, possibly harass, if I may have the permission to say, Mr. Wayne Wilson. Say his name, Wayne Wilson. I think that we should be here to be respecting the trust and the values that have been here, and not to keep coming here because this Board of Trustees chose to get rid of Dr. Guerrero. And now look what we have. We keep coming over here because of real estate deals that cause the dismissal of a trustee. How many lawyers have we had? 4, 5, 6? Lawyers have even resigned here in public because of what the trustees asked them to do that are not legal acts. The current lawyer is temporary. Why is that? So a long history of Republican, the Godola attorneys, a long history of Republicans. They're not around anymore. What's up with that? So the Mott family is now being implicated in this proselytizing. How much money does that involve? Are you going to come to us and ask us to pass some more money for the college while you're proselytizing? No, we are not going to do that. So vote for no confidence for the president. How many people did that? Was that the staff, the community, the unions, the faculty? And yet we have to come back again and again and again and again for the same person. For the same person. So now we're insulting, and say the name again, Wayne Wilson. There's a tree that the college uses as a logo. I think that's kind of like a spiritual or moral hanging of what's happened. Is that what Mott wants to be known for? And taking it back to the secret lawyer called by the president to contact that family to ask them to sign something. That's where we are now. So it's my understanding that this is a campus of threat. We're proselytizing. Are we criminalizing? Are we power-hungry for a religion, someone's religion, not everybody's religion? So do you get rewarded if you follow what she says? Do you get a promotion if you follow what she says? If you're a student, do you get special privileges? So I noticed from the last meeting that there was like, all of a sudden, there's a prepared statement that the public didn't have a chance to come to. But I would think with that kind of a background, we would be trying to create some kind of a, what happens if ICE comes on this campus? From that background. Asking a religious question is like me asking you, did you vote for Trump? You can't do that. And you don't have to look away from me. It's okay for you to look at me, because I'm going to keep coming back over and over and over again, because you're doing power plays on this campus, and it should stop. And it's too obvious. Say his name, Wayne Wilson, which is why we're here. Remember the logo of Mott College? You could socially hang somebody. So if you ever walk up to me or any student, you should not be here. That is wrong. Your religion is not mine. You have no right to do that. So I'm saying to the public, people are being threatened, secret attorneys. We're not having a public investigation. It's desperately needed. And I think we should pay attention to the money or the bonds that you're going to ask us from, because all of this is going to come up. We're going to talk about it. We're going to put the word out that for 100 years, how many times have we had to come here for one person? Over and over and over and over again. Shame on you. Shame on the Board of Trustees. 100 years. The campus was just fine. And now, what do we have? Abuse of power. This is not anything to do with constitutional
Ms.
rights.
Taylor?
This is abuse of powers.
I'm sorry, the 5 minutes are up.
I am sorry, too, that I have to keep coming back
Well,
to do this
thank
about
you.
the same person.
Thank you for your comments.
Did you
Thank
vote
you.
for Trump?
That would conclude public comment.
Let's move along to the consent agenda, and there is no consent agenda tonight. So let's move right on to the approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I move approval of the minutes for December 15th, 2025, December 15th, 2025, January 17th, 2026, February 18th, 2026, and February 18th, 2026 as submitted.
I second that.
Okay, I have a motion. We're passing them out if anybody wants to read them, but I have a motion, and it's seconded to accept the minutes for 5 different meetings. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Earlier, I saw a copy of a first read of minutes from February 23rd, which is today, but I don't see them in here. So I was just wondering, what is that?
That's later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, no, we're good. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Okay, seeing no other questions, let's have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. And if you could pass, we need to collect those back, if you would.
Santino, don't take pictures of them.
Okay, where are we at? Okay. You got everything? Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
Next item on the agenda is informational reports.
Correct.
I move that items 1 through 5 on informational reports be postponed until the March meeting.
Okay. I have a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
So to the March meeting?
Huh?
Was that for the March meeting?
That's
Yes.
for, yes.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Santino?
I just want to keep it short. I understand that we do have a lot of stuff important on this agenda, but these are the Treasury reports from December up until 25, plus the legislative summit that recently, not so recently, happened anymore. So I would like to get these done tonight. I know it's going to be a late meeting, but that's why I didn't second it.
Okay. Art?
Yes, thank you. And we get the information before tonight. None of us should be looking at this right now. So if there's some question for the first time right now. So if there's some questions, I know that there were the informational meeting that we have an opportunity to either view or listen to live, or like myself, I get the video and go through the video to formulate questions and determine. To me, because we've had such access to this information, we should be able to dispense with it in a timely fashion. So I would speak against the motion because I think that we can get this done and not push it further down the road.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote. All in, would you speak the motion, please? Yes.
The motion by Trustee Daly was to postpone the receipt of the informational reports until the March regular board meeting. Is that correctly stated?
That's correct.
And this was, trustee Dotson seconded it, so that's the motion before the floor. I'll take a roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
Okay. Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
No.
Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Reyes?
No.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
No.
Chair Swanson?
No.
The motion to postpone is defeated.
Go ahead. Informational reports.
Mr. Larry Gothrop will now present the treasurer's reports for both December 2025 and January 2026. Chief Financial Officer. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Larry.
Yes.
Clock's running.
Mr. Chair,
Thanks.
I move we receive the treasurer's report for December 2025 and for January 2026.
Second.
I'm sorry. Okay. Motion to receive, it's been seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No? No, ayes have it.
Who made that motion? I did. Thank you.
Continue with single audit report? No, the single audit is next.
I move to accept the single audit as, report as it written.
Support or second?
John, I didn't understand that.
I move to accept the single audit report as submitted.
Art seconded? Okay. All right, so we have a motion to,
Discussion first.
okay, any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Ayes have it. All right, so we don't need Larry then.
We absolutely need Larry, but just not at this
Well-
moment.
Oh, I'll be back.
You're okay. You can file your complaint, Larry.
Where are we? Board policy. I'd entertain a motion to, if you're not ready, I would entertain a motion to move that to the next meeting.
No, I'm ready.
Huh? Oh,
I'm
you ready?
Yeah,
Well, I'm very sorry. Wendy, go ahead.
it's okay.
Wendy was born ready.
The policy committee meeting was scheduled for last week. It was canceled due to the special meeting that we had. We do have a meeting this Wednesday at 3 p.m. Some of the items on the agenda are considering policies of committees, the code of conduct, conflict of interest, communication, among other ones. And I'm always welcome for input of any of the trustees. Thank you.
Move to
you.
accept.
Pardon me?
Move to accept.
Yes.
Second.
To accept that, do it. Would you please? Yeah, could you speak on that, please?
The parliamentarian is, wants to remind the board that the reason these reports are an informational report section of the agenda is because they don't require action by the board other than to listen to them. So a report is received when it is heard. It is not approved because the board cannot make changes. So the board policy committee has been received, it's been heard, and That is all that is on the agenda. So these motions are, quite frankly, not needed and very misleading. So that is why they're on this part of the agenda. Similarly, you're moving on to the report from the 2026 ACCT National Legislative Summit. You don't need to approve that, or you just need to listen to it. So that's why it's here. So you can continue to make motions on the floor, and the chair can continue to deal with them, but it's totally not necessary, and it's not in conformance with parliamentary procedure.
As long as we're provided with ample opportunity to ask questions regarding the report.
Absolutely.
Then
Absolutely.
I'm expressing yes. And I appreciate that you've done that. What I'm saying is that as long as that continues, I have no issue with us not making a motion, and I won't make a motion to receive.
Yeah.
But, okay? So
Always open for the
okay.
questions.
I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Okay.
Just again, you receive the report. When I say you can just hear it, that doesn't mean you can't ask questions. You just can't vote to change it. Okay, there's a difference. It should be received and questions should be asked. It's not to chill board members from getting information.
Yeah, my comments were directed to the chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. John?
Just one comment. I believe that on the case of the single audit report, or the single audit, we do accept. Audits are accepted by the board. They're the, as opposed to just a
Well, we'll put that in a different part of the agenda then.
It was already accepted, but
Yeah.
you can reconsider that. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter that it's not here, but that's a good
Well,
point in the future.
admit all this confusion.
Yeah.
I would like to hear about the ACCT. And
Excuse me, Chairman Swanson.
yes.
I just had, I have submitted an email to Trustee Wolcott, but I just wanted to put it out there that I have asked for information on the policy for open carry on the campus. And so that's something that we're going to be looking into. When we were at one of the conferences, it was stated that that's not a standard policy that's held at most colleges or universities, and there needs to be some clarification around it, and I don't want us trying to figure it out after the fact. So that's a really important one that I wanted us to look at. And then also, just policy, I don't know what our policy, Wendy, is going to look into it and try to get me some information so I can read up on it. But what is the policy for for First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and functioning in official roles as a college staff, and at the highest level of the college. So it would be nice to know about those things also, so that we can refer back to them as things may or may not come about.
And Wendy she has that request that we look into that, correct? Well, then we will.
We have not looked into it yet, but yes, we will.
We will, yes. Okay. Santino, could I ask you to, since you were leading everywhere around the Capitol, could I ask you how your experience was at the ACCT?
My experience was great, but I think Wendy had a statement written up, so I'd like to hear from Wendy on that one.
Okay. All right, Wendy?
I wrote it up as we were eating back there, so I'll save you, Santino. So we attended the ACCT Annual Legislative Summit in Washington, D.C. It was Kenyatta, Jeff, Santino, myself, and we ended up running into Art there. He was there. We're there with what? The union? The UAW. And we all, let me see this here. Washington, D.C., where the board members met with community college trustees from across the country to discuss federal legislative priorities. I wanted to report that we covered the taxation of Pell Grants, modify American tax credit, strengthening on-campus resources, and improving accountability and transparency. A major focus was supporting the bipartisan, bicameral College Transparency Act to create federal student-level data that produces meaningful post-secondary outcomes. The sessions were great, and networking was very valuable, but it's the relationships with the lawmakers that I believe that's the most important, that will ensure MCC has a strong voice in Washington.
And I'll piggyback off that for the public to be aware that we did meet with the Michigan delegation, which includes both of our U.S. senators and our member of Congress from the Flint area. So those are the ones we met with, and we also got a chance to meet with the Secretary of Education briefly and talk about Mott. One of the big highlights that was highlighted was the workforce Pell Grants that are going to be going into effect in July. So that was a big accomplishment. That was bipartisan, that both sides of the aisle supported.
Unietta?
Yep. Just a quick follow-up. We were also able to speak directly to our legislative partners about grants that we have not received, that we applied for and didn't get, and to see how we can do better going forward, or maybe get more information as to how we can maybe receive those grants in the future.
I only have one thing. How many challenge coins did you get, Santino?
A few.
A few? Okay. Okay. We're to unfinished business. Now, before we start the unfinished business, the items 1.90 and 1.91 have been a motion to put them in closed session. I would entertain a motion to join those two with the closed session that was planned, to combine it all in one.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Sir.
if it's possible, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. Could we take a break? Brief break?
Well, yeah, what I was thinking, when we go into closed session, that'd give us a chance to, and then we'll get going after we take a little break, okay?
And Chairman Swanson.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to take a moment to make a statement with regard to the allegations that have been raised against me, and I want it to be known that any statements that I've made have been reflective purely and only of my own personal beliefs. And in no way do I ever intend or mean to offend anyone. And in fact, it's quite the opposite of the reason why I am even here. And in fact, during the Peace and Dignity ceremony, which I was honored and graciously accepted the invitation to speak, I want to make sure that the Indigenous people know that I deeply respect and respect the history and strongly denounce the atrocities that were conveyed, that were committed unto them. I also want to say that this was a peace and dignity ceremony. And while I was addressing the participants, I thanked Celia Perez Booth for being with us. I thanked Batani Wayne Wilson for being with us and for keeping the beautiful tradition alive for 33 years, which has been rooted in culture and in courage. I went on to say that this event welcomes all people in our community, just like our college does, people of all races, all ethnicities, all backgrounds, and that it gave us a time for space and reflection. We also,
Good.
I had the opportunity to say to those at the ceremony that we celebrate unity without uniformity, and that we celebrate diversity without fragmentation. I spoke to the participants and said, in a world that too often separates us into silos of race and religion and language and politics, that this ceremony connects us, connects our history and our future, and each of us as individuals and as humans. So none of my any references I may make have never been said with any coercion nor any mandatory participation. I do not induce others to convert, and in fact, it's quite the opposite. The Christian belief is that every individual has free will, and in fact, that was part of my comments at the Peace and Dignity ceremony. Free will for all. I spoke that publicly. I repeat it now. I have no intention of coercing or inducing any others to any faith, and will state again, every individual has their own free will to make their own choice or no choice at all. And I said that then, I'll say it now, and I'll say it a third time. Every person has their own free will to make their own choice or no choice at all. And I also want to reiterate that there are some important questions that I think everyone does need to ponder. And those include, where's the peace, where's the dignity, where's the diversity, the inclusion, and justice? So why don't we all come together to turn our attention to where it belongs, which is on our students. And I thank you for sticking with us through this evening, and hope that you'll be able to stay for the President's report. We have guests with us, the Student Presidential Advisory Council, and we're grateful for you to be here, and we look forward to hearing from you shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. This was going to be a matter that we were going to discuss in closed session, but as the President has decided to address this in public, there are some questions that I have for this. And I would start with, do you, Madam President, hand out unsolicited pamphlets or publications of a religious nature to students and/or faculty and staff?
Hey, Art.
I want to make sure that I did, that was English, correct? That question was in English. Okay, no,
Art,
this
Art,
was something that
hold
we-
on a minute, Art. We've got a motion that's been approved. When we come back.
We didn't vote on the motion to go into closed session yet. No, we did not.
No.
We did not.
Discussion too.
A motion was made, discussion was started. The President opted at that point to make her statement, which means that it was now brought into the public. As such, this discussion should now be public.
Well, hang on a second.
There was no vote going into closed session.
Record indicates that a motion passed.
Well, the record, is wrong.
When Kenyatta made the motion to go into closed session for
No,
these
she
two
asked it to
items.
be included. You said included with the other one.
Well, there's going to be plenty of time for all.
No, hold on. There's a motion that was, hang on, there was a motion. Tell me.
Another question that I would have is when you asked him if he accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior from what?
Art, could you please hold on just 1 second? please.
You did not interrupt her when she decided to give her, her statement. So that statement was incomplete.
No, I understand that, but it looks like there was a motion.
It was not voted on.
Closed session. What you were suggesting is having the other closed session to be part of it so that we don't have to do closed session. But it was
Well,
passed.
the motion was included. What the motion was recorded was to put 1.9, 1.91 into closed session.
With the other, but we hadn't voted on going into closed session yet.
I don't want to say it, point of information.
Point of information,
Yeah.
point of order, whatever.
To go into closed session before we do that vote, to the attorney, don't you have to state the reason we're going to go into closed session, and then we do the vote? So that didn't happen yet, so the vote hadn't happened yet
And
to
it
go into
requires
closed session.
two-thirds majority.
So there,
And if I can, sorry.
I
Carrie,
did
if I- Carrie, if I
provide
can-
in
If I
response.
can mention,
I apologize.
that's okay. I was just, that was when Jeff asked about adding those two things to the closed session. One of my questions was going to be, what's the purpose for us going into closed session? Because I want the community, the public to also know why we're going into closed session. Because the last Wednesday, when we went into closed session and we had the lengthy meeting that we had, I was under the impression that we were going to speak publicly about 1.90 and 1.91.
Well, my answer, and Member Guerra is correct, that you do need to identify a reason, and in response to Dr. Dotson's questions about that, I literally stated the reason for the closed session, and that is to provide legal advice and allow the board to ask questions on this legal matter, which is, after all, a complaint of sorts for the purposes of the Open Meetings Act. So the reason is on the record. I rather thought that in deciding to make it as part of the closed session, that the vote that took place was to do exactly that. But that was my interpretation.
Point of order.
Yes, John.
To my knowledge, in 5.5 years with multiple closed sessions, we have only entered closed sessions by a roll call vote with a two-thirds majority.
Actually,
Simply did not happen.
No, actually, under the Open Meetings Act, if it is a matter relating to a quote complaint, unquote, I'm quoting the statute, that a majority vote alone is sufficient.
We've never had it, we did not vote on this.
That's the statute. That's literally what the statute says.
That may be the statute, there was no vote.
Point of information.
Yes, Art.
Yeah, we would vote on whether to go into closed session when we get to that point in the agenda, which is item 13. We are currently between 9 and 10. So we would not have taken the reason that I brought up what I brought up, and it was then said, well, we have to have a motion, was to also be able to discuss what Trustee Dotson wanted to talk about in closed session if we in fact went into closed session. We do not vote, like, we're not going to vote to adjourn now because we're not there on the agenda. We would not have voted to go into closed session until we get to that point in the agenda.
Chair Swanson. Yes. And I just wanted to mention, we continue to go into closed session, and I understand it's necessary to do so at times. But we've gone into closed session multiple times, but we have yet to inform the public in a manner that can be disclosed as to what these closed session conversations consist of, to a certain extent. You know, there's certain things, the investigation, how we plan to move forward, what action in a general sense has taken place. We continue to go in closed session, but we continue to not, the public continue to be uninformed.
Actually, Member Reyes's questions at the end of the last meeting walked that line, I thought, pretty fairly and well, and established what had happened. that the matter was investigated, that the matter was concluded in December. Look, the board needs to decide whether it wishes to go into closed session. I'm going to say to you what I usually say in this setting. If we're going to talk about this and any possible statement, those are two different things. Member Guerra said last time that he wanted to see the statement that would be adopted by the board discussed in public, and I thought that the general sense of the board then was that we would do that. I think most people felt that we would. If we're talking about the underlying issue, listen to me in closed session on the advice that I will provide, and then do what you think is appropriate. If you listen to me and you don't agree, if you want to do something else entirely, you are the duly constituted board of Mott Community College. My request is the same as it always is. Please listen to me before we discuss this first, because it is a matter of legal issue and liability.
And that's duly noted, Carrie. But when you say there has been an investigation, and that investigation has been concluded, and the public doesn't know what that means, that's a problem.
And at least a few of us, or a couple of us, did make some suggested edits to the public statement, so we're still moving forward with that. My point is, and I continue to assert that point, is that I was fully prepared to go into closed session to have this conversation. That door was swung wide open when the president decided to address this situation publicly. Now I have my obligation as an elected representative of the Board of Trustees to ask questions regarding what was brought up. I'm not asking her about anything. I'm asking, based on the statement that she made, I have some questions on that. She decided to talk about it publicly. I am responding publicly.
Art, I think those questions, they're fine to ask after we get legal advice and come back out, and we can do this all in public. That's fine.
I don't, for example, believe that Member Reyes's question, or its answer for that matter, would be privileged. It's certainly not my advice that it is. What I'd like to do is to have an opportunity to talk with the board about this. I think I demonstrated last time that I can do that quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes.
So you're proposing that we go into closed session? Art, listen up, because this is talking to you. And then when we come out of closed session, if Trustee Reyes continues to want to ask those questions in open session of the president, that he'll be allowed to do that.
Yes.
Also, Chairman Swanson, when we come out of closed session, will we be at 11 at that time, or are we going to have further conversation regarding 1.90 and 1.91?
Separate. I was going to entertain a motion to combine them. No. So we're only in closed session one time.
No.
Huh? Yeah, to add the other items.
Yeah.
No.
Well, we're going to take just a recess for 5 minutes. Okay. We're gonna move them up. All right,
Mr. Chair.
John, you ready? All right.
Mr. Chair.
We're back at it. Yes, sir. Santino.
I make a motion that we allow, so for the students to talk before it gets too late, because they do have class potentially. Right now, Student President Advisory Council report, Jacob and Teresa.
Second. I have a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Go right ahead.
All right, thank you guys. So my name is Jacob Middaugh, and I'll be talking about the SPAC, which is the Student Presidential Advisory Council. So SPAC is a diverse, carefully selected group of students chosen to represent the student body and connect them to college leaders. As members of SPAC, we help shape the student experience at Mott through the completion of 5 ranges of tasks that we call pillars. So our first pillar is storytelling and outreach, and this pillar is about communication of Mott student experience. So through creative storytelling, SPAC members help connect students to resources, highlight opportunities, and build Bear Pride. We participate in the Bear Blast podcast, and we cover a variety of topics with the inclusion of a relevant special guest from Mott's students, staff, or faculty. In addition to the podcast, we are tasked with the production of videos to be posted to the Student Life TikTok page. These videos are designed to share valuable information to help students navigate college life and learn more about Mott's resources. Our second pillar, Voice and Insight, focuses on the collection and representation of the student perspective. SPAC acts as a bridge between the students and college leadership by collecting feedback and identifying opportune points of improvement for student experience at Mott. We brainstorm, design, promote, and review a campus-wide survey that gives students the chance to share their voice directly with decision makers. Our third pillar is service and impact, and this pillar focuses on giving back to the community through meaningful service. To demonstrate leadership through action, we commit our time and effort to projects that benefit both Mott Community College and the whole Flint community. Our fourth pillar is innovation and collaboration, and the focus is active participation in a semester project. The project's focus is on teamwork, creativity, and the ability to bring a concept into fruition. SPAC's work will demonstrate initiative, collaboration, and commitment to improving the student experience at Mott. And finally, our fifth pillar is advocacy and inclusion, and the focus of this pillar is on representation of Mott's diverse student body. By building community connections and creating spaces for open discussion about the student experience, we help ensure every student feels seen, heard, and valued. We actively engage in opportunities to promote inclusion, awareness, and representation across campus, for our role is to elevate student perspectives, highlight areas of need, and strengthen the bridge between students and college leadership. In all, SPAC is a group of innovators and change makers who connect the students to leadership. Through advocacy, innovation, insight, outreach, and service, SPAC listens to the student voices and puts in the time to make the necessary changes to improve campus life and achieve an extraordinary student experience. Thank you. And sorry, I'll pass the mic over to Teresia, and she'll share why she joined SPAC.
Yes. Hello, so my name is Teresia Zaiden with an A at the end. And so I'm an international student. I came 4.5 years ago to the United States. I left my family, my home, my beloved country, Lebanon, in order to continue my studies after I finished a master's degree in economics. So now I'm studying computer information systems. So when I came to the United States, I know that I have a family here, but you know, you moved from a place to another, you left everything, so everything has changed. And from the first day I entered Mott, from the admissions to the registration, every single department, every single instructor, employee, I really felt that I'm not alone. I'm not in a strange place. I say always that Mott is not just a place to study, it's home. I'm between my family. And so when I got an email to go like about SPAC. So beginning, I didn't know what is SPAC. So when I did my little research, it's like you are the voice of the student for the president. So so I applied last semester and I got accepted. And it was truly, thank you, Mr. President, because really you heard us. And we applied for the directories that you can see now in every single, every single building. So you heard us. Every single month we have a meeting with you. And really you treat us like your children. And this is what makes Mott really is a family. And thank you so much. And thank you for the board. SPAC is, it helped me to develop my network, have more friends. So now we are friends. He's in culinary, I'm in computer science. Without SPAC, I would never ever meet him and the others. So really thank you. And it's true what they say about the United States, that it's a land of free and land of opportunity. So I will say thank you so much for every single person, and may God bless this country and its people. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to leave. I have 3 tests. Sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Okay. Sir?
can I make a motion to reconsider the vote, if that's the route we're going to go, to go into closed session?
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion to reconsider going into closed session on, Santino, is it 9.0 and 9.1? All right, on 1.90 and 1.91, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? To change what we're going to do. Santino, can you clarify?
Yeah, you guys, prior, before the end of the meeting, or before we did the recess, you said that we were going into closed session. The motion had already been made. So I was just making a motion to reconsider that motion, if that was the route we were still going to go.
Well, before all that, I was going to bring up that all I wanted was to add both of them together, that we need a motion to add them both together so that we could go into closed session one time. But it seems like there was some confusion. So, Carrie?
I spoke with Member Reyes briefly about the matter that he raised. I would like to advise the board in closed session about the proper manner in which to address this and have the board have the benefit of that. I think that the board will see that it is an excellent practical solution to the problem, but I would like the board to have the benefit of that advice.
Okay.
And I understand that Member Reyes is comfortable with the discussion taking place in closed session. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, John, you had something to say? Okay, so there's a motion to reconsider we're reconsidering going into closed session, or just to revoke that, or?
Just to consider it.
This is,
Yeah.
Motion is for reconsideration.
Yes.
okay, so to vote yes, we reconsider and we want to go into closed session, or?
To vote yes means that we would go back to just the very beginning of unfinished business.
And we start again.
We start again.
Yes.
There you go, okay.
You're not
Okay.
deciding,
All right.
as I understand
I just
it, to go into closed session or not to
No,
go into
it's just to
closed
go
session.
right back to
It's
the
just to
beginning of the line.
reconsider it.
Yes.
There you go. All right, you got a motion, it's been seconded. Any more discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote on the motion to reconsider entering into closed session. Again, a vote would bring it back to 1.90 without going into closed session right away. Vote yes if you don't want to go into closed session right away. Is that correct?
You would vote yes.
Okay. You can.
Yes, you'd vote yes to go back to that
You can have another
spot.
motion after that one.
Yep.
Right. So vote yes if you want to bring it back into not having a closed session immediately as we come to 1.90. Trustee Guerra.
Yes.
Trustee Miller.
Yes.
Trustee Dotson.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
I'm not ready to vote yet.
Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Walcott.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
And Chair Swanson.
Yes.
The motion to reconsider closed session passes, and so we're not going to closed session right this minute.
So we're back to where we started, correct?
Yes, we're back on unfinished business 1.90, review to discuss
Okay.
personnel complaint.
This is the moment where I recommend that we discuss this matter in closed session, but I'm not making a motion. I don't have the power to.
I would entertain a motion to go into closed session for legal advice.
Yes, I make a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to go into closed session to hear a legal opinion. It's been seconded. Discussion, Art?
Yes. This was the point that that was painstakingly trying to make earlier. This, I believe, let's go into closed session one time. That was when Trustee Dotson brought up what she did. It was to combine 190-191 with under 13, so we go into closed session one time. That's the reason I voted yes for reconsideration. We don't need to go into closed session twice. Right. So I want to make sure that the motion as made and seconded does that. Otherwise, we'd be right back where we were, voting to go into closed session, and it would be immediate.
I accept that amendment.
You would amend your,
Yes, my motion.
did you have something to say? Can you? I need a second.
Second.
Okay. The amended motion, the motion is to go into closed session once for everything.
Yeah, it's already on the agenda.
Yeah.
Now or under item 13?
When
We'll do it now or, yes. Now's good.
Now's good.
Okay. Discussion, John?
We've been through this before with motions from the chair, so I'm not going to belabor that. Just simply, I can't support this because of that.
He didn't make the motion, he entertained it.
I entertained a motion. I didn't make a motion.
It was Candace's.
Candace made the motion.
Then I retract that, my statement. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please. Then this is to go into closed session.
This is a motion to go into closed session to discuss various items that are permitted under the Open Meetings Act, including the business items 1.90 and 1.91, the litigation concerning an employee, and collective bargaining agreement. Roll call vote to go into closed session. Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Aye.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
No.
Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
No.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The motion to go into closed session passes. There are sufficient votes to go into closed session under the Open Meetings Act.
Under all three.
Under all three.
Okay. All right, good.
All right, we'll go into closed session now. All right, everybody, John, you ready? Okay, we're back from closed session, and Carrie, would you like to lead this off?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No vote was taken, as of course you may not in closed session, but the sense of the board to be discussed now is that I would present the following, which I shared with the board in my intention to discuss. An earlier investigation is now closed. That investigation examined the underlying facts of the allegations, all three of them that were presented, some in complaint and some not, and used the Supreme Court precedent as its guide. The investigation concluded that no violation of the First Amendment Establishment Clause or Free Exercise Clause occurred, but the board asked me to train all involved, including the board and the president, on the subject so that we could continue to ensure future compliance in the future. The new possibility of an allegation of distribution of literature is a completely separate matter. And the sense of the board, although not a vote, in the closed session is that an investigation, and this is also my advice, should be undertaken by an independent investigator about that allegation in the event that written documentation is produced from someone with firsthand knowledge who was present for such a thing allegedly to have occurred. The board has tasked me with helping the board, and there are already ideas that are being discussed to locate an independent investigator competent and able to undertake this investigation. My understanding is that next, a statement will be presented reflecting some of this, although not deciding the course of an investigation, which by its very nature, we don't know where that'll go yet. So that is not going to be addressed by the statement as I understand it. It was the sense of the board in the discussion that the statement would take place, as I believe Member Reyes is going to read it.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification.
Yes.
Trustee Daly did say that he had two attorneys that he thought might be of interest, so I just wanted to put that on record.
Yes, and I have a couple too, and what you need to do is discuss with them their availability, their background in the area, and then make a sensible decision. There are several people out there that can do this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. From the special meeting, there was a motion that was on the floor. So how do we want it? Motion to approve the statement, and it was seconded.
Yes, it's on the floor.
All right, so then I can turn.
Yes.
You, Art.
I need to move that the statement that I'm going to read is a substitute for the statement that was previous, that the previous motion had been made. It's as follows. Mott Community College affirms the constitutional right to freedom of religion and respects the deeply held beliefs of all individuals. The ability to practice and express one's faith freely is a fundamental liberty and an important part of our democratic society and Mott itself. Recently, we received statements from constituents that raised the issue of religious statements on campus. Our interim board attorney immediately investigated these reports at the direction of the chair. He submitted his report to the board in December. We spoke with the staff member about the complaints and chose to reaffirm the legal principles applicable to this situation. As this is a personnel issue, we are not releasing the details of the actions. As a public institution, the college also has a responsibility to maintain an environment that is inclusive and welcoming to people of all faiths and those with no religious affiliation. The Board of Trustees will continue to ensure that anyone who attends or participates in any Mott event or is employed by Mott Community College is treated with respect and dignity. Of course, we expect all members of the campus community to exercise their rights in a manner that respects the diversity of beliefs represented at Mott. Mutual respect, civility, and consideration for others are essential to preserving an environment where every individual feels valued and free to learn. No student, employee, or visitor should feel that a particular belief system is prioritized within our college, or that one is not entitled to one's own religious beliefs, or indeed to have no such affiliation.
Mr. Chair.
I'll second that.
Yep.
Okay, I have a motion to substitute with the statement that Art read. Seconded. Let's have some discussion. Any discussion on it? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote on the motion to substitute the statement read by Trustee Reyes for the proposed statement that was before the board in the motion that was postponed from last meeting. Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
The motion to substitute passes by a vote of 7 ayes, no nays.
Now you have
Okay.
to put the motion again. We just substitute it, so you have to go back to the main motion.
Okay.
I know.
I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make
Go.
a motion to approve that substitute.
Yeah, okay. The motion, it's already been substituted, so now it just goes to
That's
discussion.
what,
Okay.
Just did-
oh, we don't
No,
need
you don't need
another
another
motion?
motion.
I don't make that motion.
Okay, now we go to discussion. Any other discussion? Wendy, I'm not interrupting you, am I? Okay.
Okay. So
All right, so no other discussion? Now we have to have another roll call vote. There you go.
This is on the proposed statement, which now has the language that was substituted by Trustee Reyes's motion. Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That motion passes by a vote of 7 ayes and no nays.
Okay. Now we can move on to 1.91.
Mr. Chair, if there's no objection, I believe 1.91's been addressed with the attorney's statements earlier, so I'd like to just move on and drop that one.
Okay. I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, 1.91, I think was addressed by our attorney
Yep.
previously.
John, did you second it?
I did.
Okay. Have a motion, and it's seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote real quick.
Could you restate the motion, exactly what you're asking to have it
Motion to
withdrawn,
drop.
removed from the
Yeah,
agenda?
1.91,
Or just dealt with as previously?
whatever is easier.
Okay, we'll have it removed from the agenda as moot?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to remove the item from the agenda as moot. That's the motion. Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Dodson? Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Chair Swanson?
Yes.
That also passes by 7 ayes and 0 nays.
Okay, we're on to new business now.
Mr.
John?
Chair, I move items 1.92, 1.93, 194, 195, 196, 197 be approved as submitted.
Second.
Would you mind restating that, please? The items? Trustee Daly, just state them again, the ones that are in the motion.
I move 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197 be approved as submitted.
Second.
And Wendy, second. All right, have the motion to approve and seconded. Santino for discussion.
Yeah, for discussion, I just want to state that, make sure I read it properly. 192 is the honor and recognition of Black History Month for 2026. So the month of February is designated as Black History Month, a time to honor and reflect the significant contributions and achievement of Black individuals and communities throughout the history.
Any other discussion? Kenyatta?
I'm sorry, maybe if Santino can read that a little slower, because I was going to ask if 1.92 could not be included in that, because I want us to verbally acknowledge the recognition of Black history. If it was some other month, I would like for us to do the same for that. I don't want us to just float over
John?
that.
I'm sorry, John, would you be willing to amend?
I acknowledge.
Okay.
There we go, thank you. All right, have a motion for 193 through 197, correct? Yep. Okay, any discussion? Art?
Again, these are items that we've had opportunity to look before. I know a lot of times, and I've talked about this at other meetings, motions are made and limited discussion, and then we move on. It's because we have already seen this information. We've had opportunity to ask questions, to get clarification on stuff, so we're not rushing just because it's 10:34 at night. We are going through these, have been properly, in my opinion. I've paid proper attention to what is there. The information is not new tonight. So passing these en masse like that is not anything out of line, in my opinion.
Thank you, Art. Any other discussion? Okay, do a real quick roll call. Almost as fast as Santino read that.
Roll call vote on the motion to approve items 1.93, 94, 95, 96, and through 1.97. Trustee Daly? Yes. Trustee Dotson?
Yes.
Trustee Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Guerra?
Yes.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
Chair Swenson?
Yes.
That also passes. Vote of 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
I move 198, 199, 200, 2.01, and 2.02 be postponed until the March meeting.
I think we should go back to 192 first, shouldn't we?
Well, I was just trying to dispose.
It doesn't matter?
I was just going
Okay.
to do everything on the list, and then come back and do 191.
Okay.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to push 198 through 202 to next month, correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay, any discussion on that?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Where is 201 and 202?
That was added at the beginning of the meeting. John added it to the agenda.
That's the one that deals, the amendment I made concerning legal opinions and a conclusion of of outside investigations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chair,
Santino.
Ms. Dodson, would you like to move this for approval? 192. and then read it slower than I did.
For a second? Oh, okay, sorry, I thought.
Okay, go ahead, Cynthia. I'm sorry.
Do I need to make a motion? Okay, I make a motion that we honor and recognize Black History Month for 2026 with action. 1.92.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion to
Discussion.
approve 1.92
Discussion.
with a second. Yes, sir.
I just want to thank Trustee Dodson for pulling that out of the group. This is clearly an effort that deserves special recognition, and especially in this community at this time. So thank you very much.
Okay. Discussion. Are you going to read it?
Oh, I read it earlier, but I read it kind of fast, so if somebody wants to try to read it slower
Yeah.
than I can.
Well, I didn't hear the whereas.
Yeah, I read the summary of it, so if you want
Right. Yeah, read the resolution if you would, please.
to. Resolution 1.92, honor and recognition of Black History Month for 2026. Whereas the month of February is designated as Black History Month, a time to honor and reflect the significant contributions and achievements of Black individuals and communities throughout history. Be it resolved that the Charles Stewart Mott Community College Board of Trustees hereby proclaims February 2026 as Black History Month at Mott Community College.
Thank you, Santino. Is there any, well, there's been a motion already, so any discussion other than? Nieta, do you have anything to add, or? Okay. Okay, I have a motion, seconded. Let's, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay,
A request, even though we didn't do a roll call, there were no nays, could that be recorded as a unanimous vote?
yes.
The minutes will say unanimous. If you wanted to do by roll call, you could do that too.
Yeah, we
No,
can do.
that's fine. It's fine the way that it was. I just would like to see it recorded as a unanimous.
Unanimous, correct.
vote.
Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion to, go ahead, Santino.
Mr. Chair, I do know that the, I believe it is the Office of Institutional Advancement Report is still possibly here in the audience. Do you want to cover that
No.
today, or do you want to?
No.
No.
So let me get something straight. We're at the president's reports.
Correct.
I move that under the president's report sections, item number 1 has already been disposed of. I move items 3 through 10 be postponed until March meeting.
Okay, motion on the floor that, under the president's report, item 3 through 10, is that correct, John?
3 through 10, yes.
All right, be postponed to next month's meeting?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear a second on that?
Support.
Okay, have a motion that's been seconded. Any discussion?
Are there any, question, are there any of those items that are of a timely manner that we would need to hear them tonight? Yeah. Time sensitive, thank you.
So there are strategic plan public forums scheduled for this week, which have been publicized. So that's item number 10. So then we also, I think, item 2, you did not delay, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can do item number 2. The rest are, they're all timely because they're all reflective of last month's information, and we didn't meet last month, so for the next meeting, we will essentially have 3 months' worth of monthly updates from each division and department. But that we can,
Yeah, can I make?
at the board's pleasure, we can.
John?
Just a general comment. I mean, one of the things in the agenda that that's not being used is the consent agenda. And we have many of the items that we talk about in committee and in review. And if there's, one of the purposes of doing that is if it's an item of fairly routine manner is that the board needs to dispose of it, is not tying the board up with lengthy, voluminous groups. You can use the consent agenda. And the last couple of meetings, we seem to have gotten away from that.
John, I agree with you on that, and I believe we've had this conversation when doing the agenda, and we will look at doing a little bit better, try to shorten the meetings up a little bit. I'm sorry, Art. Okay, so I have a motion that's, any discussion on the motion to have, yeah, okay. Oh, it's late. 3 through 10. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Ayes have it. Unanimous. Okay, now number 2, the Ballinger Fieldhouse incident update.
I would like to introduce Chief Zeckman to provide us with an update from the Ballinger Fieldhouse incident. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Madam President. I was asked to give an update, an update on the Ballinger Fieldhouse and the emergency operations plan. So you have a copy of the emergency operations plan at each one of your tables. On January 10th at around 3:45 p.m. during the halftime of a basketball game at Ballinger Fieldhouse, an isolated shooting occurred in the men's restroom. Because we had 2 officers pre-assigned to that game, the response was near instantaneous. 1 gunman was taken into custody immediately, 1 weapon was seized, and a victim was transported to Hurley Hospital, where he fortunately survived. I want to be very clear that neither the shooter nor the victim were Mott students. By 4:27 p.m., less than an hour after the first shot, we had issued a Clery-compliant timely warning. This was the result of seamless coordination between myself and Amanda Holdsworth. By 11 p.m. that night, our leadership team had met and released a follow-up message from the president. This speed, this notification mattered. Our analysis for the 1-week period post-incident yield an 87.2% overall positive or balanced sentiment, which is a testament to how fast we worked as a team to get accurate, informative, and clear messaging out. In a crisis, silence creates fear and opportunity for misinformation to start circulating, and we chose to lead with facts. So, slide number 2. Following the incident, we worked closely with the Flint Police Department. Their resources allowed us to identify the broader context of the altercation. While the shooter acted in self-defense, he was charged with CPL violation for carrying inside a sports arena. The victim faces multiple felonies, including assault with intent to rob and gang membership. We are also looking after our own. We held a trauma-informed debrief for the responding officers with the Genesee Health System on January 15th, and a department-wide debrief took place on February 9th. However, we're not just looking back, we're looking forward. Since the shooting, we've conducted some immediate enhancements. We implemented bag policies and metal detectors and wanding protocols at the Ballinger Fieldhouse for all Mott athletic competitions. And then I have like one more paragraph about the emergency operations plan and how that helped prepare us for an efficient response for Ballinger Fieldhouse incident. So, do you have any questions?
Santino?
I just want to thank you and all law enforcement officers that were involved in that quick response.
Thanks.
Art?
Yeah, not only was, the response phenomenal, the communication to us as steps went forward was absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's a terrible situation that occurred, but to know what was going on as board members, because we do get questions, and he said, an absence of good information just breeds misinformation. And we had hard information and updates, so it was really good, and I appreciate that.
Kenyatta?
Yeah. Also, it was nice to see the collaboration between so many different departments all coming to the aid of Mott. I mean, that was really nice to see. Even I had left, and then my kid's dad called me and said, you need to come back because this is happening. And just on my way back, police were coming from everywhere with us, not just FPD, but also from the sheriff's department, just from all over the place. So that was really nice.
I will add that I was at the game with my grandson, and your officers were professional, let us know what we needed to do. They handled it very well.
Thank you.
Sorry, I also wanted to mention the new system that you have in place. It's not very intrusive. The staff is very professional, and everything is going really smoothly from what I can see. And it's not too much, it's not overbearing. So I really appreciate how Mott has implemented that and makes everyone feel a little bit safer.
Thank you.
Incident, does that mean this was what I would have called in my former life like a meeting engagement where by happenstances occurred, or?
By happenstance, the two parties happened to see each other at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, closed session has been taken care of. Board comment? Kenyatta, you have a board comment? Okay. Wendy? Art?
Yeah, I'm glad that we had the multitude of voices again tonight regarding a very important matter that came before the board. We don't always get that kind of engagement, and unfortunately, it does seem to be a byproduct of controversy that's happening at the college. I look forward to a time where our public comments have to do more with our programming, with the quality of service that our graduates and students are receiving, the value of not only the education, but the bang for the buck, and getting those kinds of statements. And somebody had mentioned during the public statement that there are very large issues that are not being discussed with the proper weight because we seem to be revisiting a common theme. So I do look forward to getting to discuss more in length after the community has their say on a strategic plan, having a good spirited discussion, and hopefully we'll have public comments on the strategic plan, but have the discussion here on our strategic plan and move forward from there and start refocusing on the core business of Mott Community College.
John, anything?
I agree completely with what Trustee Reyes had to say, that for too long we've been tied up on issues that have kept us from dealing with the principal issues this board should be dealing with, and that's how do we enhance the quality of education and training that our students perform? How do we ensure that there's a stable environment for both employees and faculty at the college? And I see that we need, as I look forward to the days, as Art does, of when we can get back to that common denominator.
Santino?
Yeah, and you know, I'm just want to say I'm proud of the students that we have here. Today alone, we've seen the amount of students that got scholarships that are going to travel abroad. That's what we're here for, is for the students, and that's what we should remain focused on. And it was amazing to see them, amazing to see the Student President Advisory Council that came up here today and talked about the things that they're doing to improve campus while they're still students as well. So there was lots of good students that were up here talking about what they're doing, and I look forward to hearing more stories like that. And I hope that we can see more stories about how successful the students here are at Mott and how successful they will become in the future.
Candace? No? Okay. Kenyatta?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who has come forward to speak, regardless of what your position was. I especially want to say thank you to the one student who came forward on Wednesday. It's always good to see students exercise their right to voice their concerns and be a part of the decision-making process. And I especially want to say thank you to Ms. Perez Booth for the steps that she took forward just to make sure that her voice was heard as well. I do want to emphasize to community, to staff, to students, to faculty, that we want to hear from you. Like, once you go through the proper process, if you want the board to know something about what you're experiencing or going through, we ask that you also, it's so important to hear things firsthand. When you come to a board member, yes, we can bring certain things forward, but we need to hear from you. And we need the full board to know what your experiences are so that we can work together to come up with solutions. I wanted to ask the questions that were provided by Paul Jordan and Elizabeth Jordan, will those be answered by council?
I'm happy to do that at any time. I can answer each of them now if you read them to me. I've read them. I know the answers.
Without objection. Go ahead.
Do you have the questions?
No, I don't have the questions, and to be honest with you, I would rather read the responses than listen.
Why don't I prepare a summary, if I could get
I'll give you the copy.
Thank you very much, and I will distribute it to the board. Is that okay, everyone?
That's
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
I believe that almost all of them have been addressed implicitly, but I will answer each of them.
Thank you.
Just a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Given the fact that at least one of those people is currently out of the United States at this time, as I understand it, so would your response be in writing as well?
My response, I believe that Member Reyes asked that it be in writing, and I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm happy to do that if everybody's comfortable.
Just to make sure, you're going to write it in a not privileged way, so it can be shared, distributed. Is that?
I believe that it's all unprivileged
Okay,
at this
I just want to make sure
stage,
that that's how it's
but I'll
being
tell you
written.
what, if there's something sensitive, I just thinking about it, I've read it a couple times, I think we're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Kenyatta, did you have anything else?
Thank you. No, that's it. I would like to let everybody know that tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the athletic department is hosting a sophomore celebration for those who are graduating. So if you're available, please come out 5 to 5:20 for that celebration. And then the basketball game will happen immediately after.
Okay, in closing, sorry for the late hour. Thank you for everybody that spoke. The guys over there, sorry. Larry, I'm not so sorry about, but the other guys, I'm sorry it's been so late. And and with that, I will adjourn the meeting.